Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to Angus Council's Thursday, the 8th of September Council meeting. We'll move swiftly on to apologies for absence. Mr McCaskill?
Yes, Provost, apologies from Councillors Beattie and Shepherd.
Thank you. Declarations of interest.
Sorry, Provost, can I just jump in there? There's apologies from Councillor Louise Nicholl as well. She's actually attending a funeral up north.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Cheers, thanks. Therefore, sorry. So, declarations of interest. Does anyone have any declarations of interest? No, that's fine. Thank you. I have a connection to item number 8, being an owner of a private gym. Thank you. Moving on to minutes of the council and committees. Are we approving the minutes of the council meetings of 1A and 1B?
Agreed.
And are we agreeing to note the minutes of C to J? Is that agreed? Thank you. Motion in number 4, motion in terms of Standing Order 2511. Councillor Proctor, you have a motion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Provost.
Sorry, Councillor Proctor, do you have a seconder?
Yes, I do have a seconder.
Who's the seconder?
The seconder is Councillor McLaren.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Now, moving on, is there any amendments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bell, there's an amendment from yourself. Do you have a seconder? Thank you. Sorry, who was the seconder? Councillor Meakin, sorry, was I going a bit fast there? So now, with that in mind, that we have a motion and amendment, we're going to take a 5-minute recess just now, so that.
Provost, I think in the first instance, the Councillor Proctor should speak to his motion,
and then
I will then circulate the terms of the amendment.
That's when we'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back in. Thank you. Sorry about that. Councillor Proctor.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, the motion that you see in front of you, it's self-explanatory. And the review of the code is not to inhibit access to those who wish to enjoy our wonderful countryside. Too frequently, we hear of thoughtless behaviours and in some cases wanton vandalism in beauty spots across the country, within and out with Angus. For example, Loch Lomond, litter on Ben Nevis, thoughtless behaviour elsewhere, and in our own area, littering and again thoughtless behaviour in the Loch of Luntrathen and other places in Angus. We should be mindful of the Scottish the Access Code, which have got 3 sort of main principles: respect and interest for others, care of the environment, taking responsibility for our own actions. And these are the sort of 3 main pillars. Now, with education of those who visit our countryside, and in particular the younger generation, the above may be met. Also, we should look to our law enforcement agencies to be proactive, again, to inhibit this. And if we don't do this, and if we don't look at the access code, some of our most precious assets, lovely parts of the countryside, could be lost, and lost forever. Now, when I was been studying the Native American Indians fight against the settlers moving west, and I'm sure you all know about the what's known as the Indian Wars. And one of the war chiefs from the Lakota Sioux tribe was asked what he thought of settlement and the peace treaties that had been offered by the government in Washington. And it was talking about his people, and he was talking about his land. And this war chief made the comment, we do not live on the land, we live with the land. And that comment is as pertinent today as what it was at the end of the 19th century. We should live with our land and encourage others to do so. So I do hope, colleagues, that you will support my motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions to Councillor Proctor? No, right, thank you. So therefore, I think we're going to distribute the... It's been circulated. Lovely. We'll take a 5-minute recess for everyone to get a chance to digest the amendment. Thank you. Right, colleagues, we'll now have taken the 5-minute recess, so I now ask Councillor Bell to go over her amendment.
Thank you, Provost, and with all due respect to Councillor Proctor's intentions on this motion, having worked with various communities over the last couple of years, which have specifically had challenges around these issues, I would really like to take this a little bit further. This council emphasises the importance of responsible access to land in Scotland. Scotland is rightly proud of its history around protecting responsible access to our beautiful landscape, and this council does not wish to compromise, threaten or undermine this in any way. And as Councillor Proctor said, we do not own this land, we hold it as guardians for future generations. So what we are dealing with in communities all across Scotland and in beauty spots all across Scotland is a very small minority of people who are detached from understanding and connecting with our environment, and they cause a disproportionate amount of upset to our communities. I absolutely understand people's frustrations around that. So we're dealing with people who park inconsiderately on both verges of our narrow rural roads, those who are careless with fires and barbecues, risking wildfires and damaging trees and vegetation and wildlife, people being irresponsible with human waste, thoughtless about the noise they make and the mess they leave. Residents and others are threatened and feel unsafe. And it is a minority of people who spoil it for others. But we must not allow a campaign for a review of SOAC to open a back door to restricted access. The legislation currently incorporated by SOAC includes aggravated trespass, collective trespass, control of dogs, damage to plants and wildlife, lighting fires, obstruction in a public place, poaching, fishing, vandalism, polluting water and safety. Further, the Scottish Government launched the next phase of its land reform legislation just in July past, land reform in a net zero Scotland, and any further tweaks to SOAC will spring from that. And there is also a route to raise issues on the Nature Scot website, linked to the Scottish Outdoor Access Code website as well, that will allow citizens in real time to escalate any concerns that they have. So through these existing laws, we can deliver actions right now to address negative experiences in our communities. And I would propose that this detail is a much more appropriate and effective course of action. We could ask our roads colleagues to explore the introduction of clearways at specific locations to allow access for agricultural and emergency vehicles, so their access is not impeded by cars parked on both sides. And the Angus Council Visitor Management Group already has this issue on their agenda. And we're definitely looking at the potential for planting feet on the ground. Seasonal rangers, for example, could be tied into providing a proper hard-standing infrastructure for motorhomes and camper vans. Such places are common and integrated into the tourism infrastructure across Europe. We do not feel the Scottish Outdoor Access Code currently requires a review to tighten or restrict access at the moment. Any further tweaks will come as a result, as I've said, of that next phase of legislation. And rather, at the moment, we should encourage people to contribute to that process and support action now with what is already in our gift, making sure that our children and young people grow up learning about nature and the environment, that for those who do disrespect our land, we ask our colleagues in Police Scotland to enforce existing legislation to deal with transgressions, as listed in the legislation within this document. And we work across the whole of Angus and Scotland with our key partners, such as COSLA and Keep Scotland Beautiful, to create an environment where people are welcome, where the land is valued and respected, contributing to our health and well-being, and where our diverse wildlife will thrive without fear of persecution. Now, Councillor Proctor has approached me to ask if I would be willing to wrap this amendment into his motion. I would be willing to do that. My point is we've got the legislation on the ground at the moment, and we would hope that our Chief Executive can work with other Chief Officers to ask for an escalation of enforcement activity and the education elements that I've already mentioned. So I'd be willing to do that because I do feel simply a letter to the Scottish Government falls short of what's needed. We need action on the ground. Thank you.
Councillor Proctor, do you agree to that?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Bell. Thank you for your the information that you've added, and as we both represent the same community and we've both attended the various meetings and we know how important it is, I really appreciate your work and your input into this, and I gladly accept what you've said and add it to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Proctor. Does anyone want to make any comments? I think that's all there for... Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yes, sorry, that's the one. Yeah. And you're seconding it, aren't you?
I am seconding it. Just to say, in Scotland, we enjoy a general right of responsible access, that being the key word, responsible access. We can access much of Scotland's land and inland waters. We can cycle, we can ride a horse, we can camp. All of that is allowed in Scotland. Much better rights than our counterparts have in England. But there'll always be, I think, a small minority that will abuse these rights and will act irresponsibly. For example, we're aware of instances in our public parks where vandalism happens and even benches are... sorry, can't you hear? Oh, sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. There'll always be a small minority that'll abuse the rights given to them. For example, we're all aware of instances where in public parks benches have been burned, toilets damaged. But we don't then say, let's have a look at access to these parks. The parks are open. We don't put great big gates on them. What we do is we try and deal with the minority that are actually causing the trouble, and we use the sanctions that are available to us. Councillor Bell has mentioned some of them, for instance, the police and prosecution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your seconding and therefore comments as well. Anyone would like to make further comments? Councillor, sorry, Councillor... Sorry, no, you by your first name. Councillor, carry on.
Thank you. Just a personal insight. As members of the public, we make use of what is colloquially known as the right to roam, but this is lazy and misleading at best. The Land Reform Scotland Act 2003 sets out the right for everyone to access land for recreational purposes. The point which is increasingly ignored and misunderstood is that this right comes with a host of responsibilities. During the pandemic, my family's farm became an unexpected hive of activity, as did many rural areas, as locals desperate to fill the day went exploring. Almost exclusively, every single person I came across, either walking in field margins or the woods, were acting in complete accordance and respecting the environment they were enjoying. That said, as always, there is a minority who show absolutely no respect and act with complete disregard. I found two men on trial bikes racing up and down one of our freshly sown fields with not a care in the world, tents left abandoned and rubbish whilst walking dogs through the woods. Numerous farming friends found field access blocked during harvest, and one even found a camper van in a field surrounded by his cattle, and the man seemed completely unfazed by the potential danger he was putting himself in. It is absolutely vital we see more engagement and understanding of why it is a privilege to enjoy our beautiful countryside and why we must care, respect and appreciate the environment we are all enjoying. But these are not just pretty pictures. The rural countryside is areas of conservation, economic purpose, food creation and integral to the fabric of rural communities. The number of cases we see across the country regarding sheep worrying, tents and waste left from wild camping, damage to fences, trees and other infrastructure is increasing at an alarming rate, and there must be action taken to look at this and what prosecution can be used as deterrents. I will be the first person to champion the importance of access in the countryside. The benefit it brings to mental well-being and physical health, to name but two, is huge. But we cannot let a growing minority ruin our beautiful countryside and the relationship between rural stakeholders and the wider public, as that would be disastrous.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Provost, and good morning, everybody. I'm going to cut back what I was going to say, simply because there's no point in repeating things. But one thing I would say, as a keen hill walker myself, over many, many years, I'm kind of wary that we allow some owners, and they're not all like you, because you're nice, but they're not all like that. They would like to stop me being able to roam. And I've come across it in 50 odd years of doing this. So what I would suggest, really, that we beef up, it's already been mentioned about education. There's adverts on TV, there's adverts in papers that show you Glastonbury-type tents, and there's a fire beside it, or a barbecue, the ubiquitous barbecue, and easy for me to say. I would get rid of them, so we need to lobby carefully with that. But I need people to seriously think about what we're doing. I really liked what you said, Councillor, and I also liked what Councillor Bell said. So I'm not going to repeat anything, Provost, but please, maybe we should look at lobbying adverts which encourage people to have a fire beside their tent or a daft barbecue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Actually, mine is very simple. I'd like to thank Councillor Proctor for bringing this motion forward, and also the amendment from Councillor Bell, because it's allowed us to discuss very briefly something that's so important for the whole of Angus, and which I think there must be unanimity around this council chamber this afternoon for the good of Angus. And I think bringing the council together is so refreshing on a matter that's so important.
Great, thank you. Any further comments? No, that's been a really nice debate. Good, everyone getting a chance to air their views. Just a tiny little thing on procedure, Councillor Gall. You know, maybe for in the future you should tell that you have a connection to the motion that's there, because you were going on about your business, and yes, you didn't have to declare an interest, but you know, just like I had a connection about my business affairs, it might be something you may wish to consider for the next time. Thank you. Moving on, that was really good. Moving on to agenda item number 6, Angus Council 5. My apologies, sorry. I only need glasses for long distance. That's how I'm struggling here. Sorry. Appointments: Angus Health and Social Care Partnership Integration Board. Councillor Speak. Who do you wish to be your proxy?
Councillor Doran, thank you.
And a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Number 6, Angus Council Plan Annual Performance Report 2021-22. I'll ask the Chief Executive to introduce this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Provost, and good afternoon, elected members. It's really good to be bringing the Angus Council Performance Report. This is the 6th performance report that we've brought annually to this council, and as some members will be aware, it aligns very much to what we say in our council plan, what we plan to do, and then this report reflects on, well, how well did we do what we said we would do? A wee bit like Tesco's, really. Other supermarkets are available. The Angus Council plan aligns with the workforce plan, the finance plan, and also the community plan, which I'll come on to at item 7. What you've got in front of you is our performance for the period April 21 to March 22, and this report will also go to scrutiny and audit for a much more detailed look than perhaps we will get onto today. The report's set against the COVID response, and as with previous reports, it covers economy, people, place and our business, a framework we have used continuously over the past 6 years. It demonstrates that we are working actively to be a performance-led council, and we're questioning every pound and how it impacts on the people of Angus. On page 65, you will note the strategy on a page, which is an accumulation of a lot of work over a lot of years to really narrow down the lens in which we look at everything that we are doing, including our budget savings. On page 67, page 77, 88 and 96, you will see the tables that reflect the progress in economy, people, place and our business. There are a number of officers here today to answer questions, and I'm happy to take any questions myself. Thank you, Provost.
And with that in mind, do we have any questions? Let me put my glasses on. Questions? Oh, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost. I just have one very small question. It's on page 69 to do with the CASI, the Centre for Agricultural Sustainable Innovation. And I was just wondering, is there a timeline for this? I pass this building nearly every day and I don't see anything happening. It would just be so good to know if anything is progressing behind the scenes.
Provost, Alison Smith or Vivian Smith may have an up-to-date answer on that one.
Thank you. I just want to bring Jill in if that's all.
Sure.
You can come to the table here. Is there a spare one at the end? Yeah, there we are. Thank you.
So yes, thank you for that question. Yes, the project is progressing in detail with our partners on that. We're going through the motions through the Tay Cities deal process, which is quite substantial in terms of preparing the business cases for that. There's some good progress being made. We're looking at how we can bring forward some of the early parts of the CASI, of which the HQ building is a key part of. I can't give you specific timelines in terms of the detail at the moment, but I'm more than happy to follow that up after the meeting with you, Councillor Devine.
There we are.
That would be great, thanks. No, I just think it's such an important thing for Angus to move forward on, and it's really quite exciting. So thanks. It would be great to catch up with you on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Further questions? Any comments? Oh, Councillor Whiteside had her hand up first.
There we go. Thank you. I just wanted to welcome this report. There's a huge amount of information here, and as the Chief Executive rightly pointed out, it will be fully scrutinised next month at Scrutiny and Audit Committee. I just think the report demonstrates the resilience of the Council. However, I do recognise the challenges going forward. Some of the measurements that appear in the report, such as the percentage of businesses that survive more than 3 years, or the number of new businesses coming into the area, will be increasingly challenging to meet, I think, going forward. Our small businesses face the double whammy of their customers having less money in their pockets, as well as the huge impact of the increase in fuel prices. So it's really good to see the resilience of the Council at present, but we do have to recognise the challenges going forward. But thanks to everybody involved for the excellent report.
Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. I'll be short. Can I just thank Margot for the introduction and Vivian for bringing the report. It says the vision for Angus. Angus is a great place to live, work and visit. It certainly is. Angus has developed and delivered strategies and plans to support and complement the Council plan. It certainly has. I am proud that the administration I led, working with the Chief Executive, the corporate leaders team, officers and our staff, have all contributed to a positive outcome on our performance as a council. Can I thank them all for this wonderful performance report? The new leader, Councillor Whiteside, said in the foreword, I compliment all the staff and I'm excited to see what Angus can now go on and achieve. I'll go a little bit further. I congratulate all our staff, going above and beyond in the most difficult times and kept delivering services for the residents of Angus. Given that they worked through a pandemic, through financial challenges not of their making, they still managed to produce, without detriment, services that were the envy of other authorities in Scotland. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Any further comments? Oh, Councillor Speed. Oh. Put your mic on as well.
Okay, thank you.
We're actually on to questions. We're actually on to comments, but I'll let you have your questions.
Yeah, I'm
as
not
well.
sure that you could see with those. You didn't have your glasses on the right way there.
My apologies.
No problem. Yeah, it was regards to the performance updates on page 97, under indicator 4, with regards to the access line inquiries. And just coming to the last part of that paragraph, that further efforts are now needed to drive down figures of access line inquiries by increasing the number of digital services for people to access. So it was really just a comment with regards to engagement that I've been carrying out over the last kind of couple of weeks with constituents in Arbroath, with residents, and finding out what matters to them with regards to kind of accessing council services, what their preferred methods are, asking questions around whether they knew that there was an access service in the library, which many didn't. But overwhelmingly, the feedback was that people do still not just prefer a face-to-face service, but also many do require that, they need it, and it is essential to them. So I just wondered whether that's something that perhaps could be kept in mind, especially when reporting and writing, that we kind of have that hybrid approach.
Yes.
Through you, Provost. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Speed, and a very good point. But I think, as Councillor Whiteside said, there will be very challenging decisions coming our way, and how we engage with the public will be part of these discussions. We would certainly want to be keeping as many channels open as we possibly can in terms of communication. But face-to-face is quite an expensive way of doing that, but that is a decision for elected members in the future.
Councillor Cheek.
Just very briefly, Provost, just in response to that as well. I think it's some of these indicators that Mrs. Williams has referred to, and the ones particularly I'm looking at 96 here as well. But just in response to that and engagement, it's an amazing increase in social media engagement. I'm not the greatest fan of social media, but the fact that between 2021 and 2022 it went from over 5 million to over 10 million notes of engagement says something also about how people are engaging with the council. So the more we're putting out through social media is going to catch many more people. I do acknowledge what Councillor Proctor is saying, Councillor Speed is saying about the need there is need still for some people, particularly the elderly, for some more face-to-face acknowledgements. But this is quite extraordinary when we see the actual level of growth in digital.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Cheap. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks for this whole report, but I would just really like to welcome the education part of it, because we have gone through a really difficult time, and I wanted the staff, the parents, the young people to have our comments on this, because they have come through a tremendously difficult time, and they have done incredibly well through it. So I want us to thank all of these people. And now, thankfully, we're coming to the recovery part of it, and that is also going really quite well. One of the things I'm particularly proud about is that we in Angus are living up to the promise, doing everything we can to improve the life experience of care-experienced young people. And in fact, our team has been nominated for a Social Work Award throughout Scotland, which is wonderful indeed. So we wish them all the very best. it's kind of like what Councillor Whiteside was saying. I mean, in Indicator 8, where it talks about the levels of poverty having decreased, I think we in this room are all very aware that that is not going to be the case going forward. And we will have to do everything in our power, whether that's within schools, social work, any area of the work. We have to find the ways and means of supporting the people who are going to suffer very badly. Absolutely. Thank you.
Absolutely. Any further comments? Is the paper agreed? Report agreed? Yes, thank you. Moving on to item agenda number 7, Angus Community Planning Partnership Annual Report 21-22. And again, I'll ask the Chief Executive to introduce this report.
Thank you, Provost, and thanks, members, for all your comments about staff and communities there, and I'll be sure to take that back to them. They'll really appreciate it, given the challenges they have been working under over a long period of time. So this report is another performance report. I bring it to you as Chair of the Angus Community Planning Partnership. Every local authority, the 32 local authorities in Scotland, must, as part of the statutory responsibilities, have a community planning partnership in their area, and we have a very good multi-agency partnership working across Angus in terms of public sector, but also communities and third sector representatives. This report will also go to scrutiny and audit, similar to the report at item 6. And the Community Planning Partnership's focus is collaborating on resourcing and strategic priorities, with a particular emphasis on inequalities. How apt, you may think. This performance report covers April 2021 to March 2022, and key successes are outlined in the report, and they're highlighted at item 4.2. The Young Person's Guarantee, period poverty, social prescribing, and home safety visits, to name but 4. This report leads us into a new round of activity which begins this November, and it will shape the future direction of the Community Plan 2022 to 2030. I welcome this report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that members may have.
Any questions? Oh, Councillor Wan.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Margot, for introducing that paper, another good report. And I would just like to thank you as well for the email that you sent us on my question, which was on page 124, I think it was, yeah, which is showing that the children living in poverty have went down in 2021 to 20.6%. And the figures that I actually asked for were the numbers rather than the percentages, because percentages can be a little bit deceiving depending on what the actual factual numbers are. Could I ask maybe that this be included in the report someplace, the table that you provided us? I think it gives us a better basis. It's showing that, according to the figures here, there's 789 children are now removed from poverty, according to the thing, from 3,809, whereas in 1920 it was 4,598 and it reduced to 101. So I think that figure's probably a little bit better than percentages. If you don't mind, and that can be accommodated, that would be fantastic.
Happy to do that.
Great, thank you. Any further questions? Oh, I saw you this time, Councillor Speed.
Thank you,
Put your hand up. You're very far away.
Am I on? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was kind of really just tying into the comment I made previously on the last report, and on this one, just to say that, you know, I obviously welcome the focus in terms of child poverty and what we can do to tackle that. However, again, going back to a lot of the engagement, a lot of the discussions I have with constituents and indeed kind of wider members of the public throughout Angus, that there are considerable challenges and barriers around digital connection. And, you know, many people might not have a mobile phone, they certainly might not have a smartphone, and in the hard times ahead, it certainly might be something that has to give in terms of being able to heat or eat. And I think people's access to the internet might also come into that. So I think, I've done a lot of engagement with other organisations who support our most vulnerable, and again, that's the feedback that, people do struggle to access council services and support through online. So with that in mind, I just wonder how we can truly tackle our inequalities when I think on one hand, as has been said, that it costs more money to provide face-to-face. However, that actually is the method that many not just kind of would like to have, but actually need. And the feedback that I've had is that their crisis, whatever it is that they're needing to do, or to the support they need to overcome, that face-to-face interaction is actually quicker, it's more effective, and it tackles, the problem there and then. Yep. So I'd just like to know how we're going to balance that.
I'll say something first. I think everyone here is very worried about the situation that we're in, and here's hoping we can have, just like we're having a positive report here today, we get positive news of how we're going to deal with this crisis. As council, we're at the end of that situation. But I am exceptionally confident that we have a chief exec and senior officers who will do their utmost to do that. Sorry, like you maybe want to answer in more detail.
Not necessarily more detail, Provost, but Councillor Speed, you said it yourself. It's about balance, and I think it's that balance that's really important in engaging with people. And we'd certainly be wanting to make sure that channels were kept open as much as possible. When we come to our best value report at item 13, you'll see one of the things that is recommended, one of the things we're going to be focusing on very much over the coming few years is that engagement piece with communities. And that will have to be done through a number of channels to access everyone that lives within Angus.
Sorry? Yeah, I'll allow a follow-up. Put your mic on, though.
Hey, sorry, Provost.
It's okay.
I don't necessarily feel that it is always balanced, and just like the kind of the reporting, the kind of updates, the threads that run through our plans and our strategies, it just does feel like we're not fully grasping that not everybody is connected, not everybody has a phone, not everybody can afford to top up, not everybody can afford to, to live that way. It's often, and I think will become more apparent that that's what has to go. So it just feels like that is such a key part to the challenges that many are faced with, and it doesn't feel that balance is there. It feels that it's been left behind. Thank you.
That's a comment. Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Is that not going on? Here we okay. Thank you. Mine is a comment, Provost. I think we're really facing a perfect storm. We're in the early doors of it, and I think we don't yet know the full impact of the pandemic on people's health and on health outcomes. Which talking about a levelling off of people's life expectancy. And there is a national awareness of that, and there are going to be national efforts around improving life expectancy again. But, a child born today in one of our poorest communities can expect to live 10 years less than someone in an affluent area. And actually, I think those affluent areas are going to diminish when you look at the financial income of families that are being impacted already by the cost of living crisis and fuel poverty. I think it's massive, and I know officers have that very much in their sights. There are going to be some tough decisions around how we focus our energy and our resources on that, but we are not doing it alone. And I think one of the things that the COVID pandemic taught us and allowed us to develop is that vital relationship with communities and the third sector. Councillor Scott and I have just come from a Voluntary Action Angus board meeting, And the discussion around that table was around how much more the third sector is valued and how much more it's able to do in terms of working alongside the public sector in delivering support and building up all those connections that were made during COVID around people supporting people in their communities. So, I mean, it's not all bleak. I mean, it's come from a bleak place, but there are very much positives coming from that. I have more faith now, I think, that the third sector is not seen as somewhere just to dump things that local authorities no longer want to do. It's much more a meaningful and purposeful relationship, and that gives me hope. Because when you're looking at things like the figures on children living in poverty, I think we need to be prepared for that to go up. And remember that the attainment gap in education is a poverty-related attainment gap. And I really welcome the Scottish Government's programme for government that was announced earlier this week, particularly in relation to the increase of another £5 a week in child support. So we need to look at all spheres of government in terms of tackling this crisis. It's not just Angus Council. It needs to be holistic, and I have confidence that officers are working in those spheres to address this for what's going to be a very bumpy ride. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Any other questions on this very important... Yes? Comments, sorry. Any other further comments on this very important topic and report?
Thank you, Provost. I'll keep this brief because a lot of what I was going to say has already been said. It's a hugely important partnership and a hugely important report. And the work of the Community Planning Partnership really ties together the work of all the partners within the group. And it's never been more important, as we've already heard. And just to say that in my role as leader, I really look forward to getting more involved with the partnership in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whiteside. Is the report agreed? Thank you. Angus, agenda item number 8, Angus Live Transformation Programme Update. I will hand over to the Leader of the Administration.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to give notice of a motion on this item. Has the motion been circulated? Circulating now. Do you want to give people time to read it, or shall I just go ahead? Thank you. Okay, it's been brought to my attention that there may be some issues with the detail in this report that requires further consideration. So for that reason, I'm going to bring the following motion: to consider and approve recommendations 7 and 8 of this report, given their time-critical nature as detailed in paragraphs 5.3 and 5.4, and to defer consideration of recommendations 1 to 6 and number 9 of this report, so that officers can work together with Angus Alive to ensure that the services currently provided by Angus Alive can be transformed in order to continue to be sustainable. In deferring these recommendations, Council requests that an updated report is presented to the next meeting of Council on the 3rd of November. I hope that members will agree to do this, because I think it's important to make sure that we're happy and all parties are happy with the contents of the report. And it's really important that the people of Angus can continue to benefit from the culture and leisure services locally, which I know you'll agree is important. Like I've said in the motion, there are 2 aspects which are time critical, and it would be very useful if we could approve those today. So I'd ask that both recommendations 7 and 8 are considered today, and the remainder of the recommendations be deferred to the next meeting. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Brace, you want to say anything, or just... Yes, okay, sorry. No, sorry, we picked up wrong there. Therefore, I will take a 5-minute recess again, so that everyone gets the chance to look at the amendment in black and white. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. If everyone can take their seat, and we will now resume the live stream. Are we now agreeing to the terms of the motions to allow officers to introduce items 7 and 8?
Provost?
Oh.
Can I put in a small amendment? That'd be okay?
Yes.
Yeah. We're asking here as an opposition group if we can actually put an amendment to portion 2 of it, to recommendation 2, that if there is any consultation with staff, that is deferred till after the consultation with staff rather than till the next full council.
Maybe you'd like to ask the Chief Executive of Angus Alive to comment on that?
Yes, yeah.
Could I actually just ask Councillor Wan to repeat, because I didn't fully hear from the other side? Thank you.
Sorry, so regards to recommendation 2, that's it now, is it? Yeah, and it's to ask if it can be deferred rather than till the next council meeting, and of course, unless the consultation with any staff members is before that date. But I think it would probably be more prudent to wait until any consultation with staff before we consider number 2.
Councillor Whiteside. Wow.
Sorry, could I just come in while Ms Hunter's getting ready? I just want to point out, I think in general, all of the recommendations are quite important to get moved on. There's 2 that are particularly time critical, which we're asking everybody to approve today, but I think in general, moving forward with the whole paper is quite urgent as well.
Yeah, sorry, maybe I can interject. It is agreed that it will be brought in the 6-week cycle to next councils. Not as if we're dragging it and putting it into infinity, or the administration are putting it into infinity.
Apologies, I've just been advised it's point 2 of the motion that you were talking about, not recommendation 2 within the paper, so apologies, that's what I was looking for. There would obviously be consultation with staff as well, so that is really important, and then to bring it back to the next council meeting in November.
Is that likely to happen before then, the next council? Yeah. Okay, fine. You happy with that? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, I'll ask, I think it's Vivian Smith's going to talk on this, the number 7, items 7 and 8. Thank you, Vivian.
Oh, the middle one, apologies. Thank you, Provost. Items 7 and 8 of this particular report are time critical, and they relate to Angus Alive continuing to be a going concern. Angus Alive will be audited later in the month around their ability to continue to operate financially through to September next year. And so it's important that assurances can be given to auditors. And so the recommendation in the report relates to the aspects set out in paragraph 5.3 under the paragraphs there. And it does ask that the Director of Finance is given some authority to actually give assurance to the auditors that Angus Alive can remain a going concern. The second time critical issue in this report, it relates to procurement authority for the provision of equipment in the leisure centres to enable Angus Alive to continue to develop the improvement programme that they have, which is aimed at encouraging more use and better use of the leisure centres in Angus. And again, that is a time critical aspect of this report in terms of needing to hear members' thoughts on that. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you, Provost. It's just under, it's a question for, it might be Miss Hunter or Miss Smith, 3.8 on page 143 under the background part of the report. These are quite significant savings, and it's good to see that there's been 285,000 delivered already. My question really is that there's quite, you know, it's £710,000 by 2025 with the way the economic climate is just now, fuel costs going up, further savings, and I get they've got a transformation programme.
Sorry, yeah. Is this to do with recommendation 7 or 8, Councillor Fotheringham?
Well, it's just a question from the report.
No, well, we're only, sorry, I'll reiterate it, as I said, that we are now only asking for questions and questions to start with on recommendation 7 and 8.
Okay.
You'll get your chance in on the next one, Councillor Fotheringham, to answer these questions then. But yeah, I'll just reiterate that again. This is down to questions and then comments on the recommendations 7 and 8. Do we have any questions on these two? Do we have any? Oh, yes, questions.
Yeah, just a very quick question. We know the cost of living, we've mentioned it several times today, it's going up. Gym memberships, you know, are they going to manage to increase and get better use of the gyms when probably this is one of the first things that folk will throw in the bin is their gym membership and do maybe more outdoor sports when it's free?
Thank you, Councillor Wan. Yes, that is a key consideration that we'll need to look at in the overall context of how Angus Alive transforms, and we will bring some further information on that in the next report.
Councillor Scott.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, again, similar to Councillor Wan, we've already spent some sums of money bringing in new equipment. Has the uptake of membership increased in any of the gyms? Because I'm not really able to see any of that in the report. And it's a significant amount of money to be spending if it doesn't work. So has there been any consultation around it, or?
Councillor Scott, I think there are two aspects to your question in relation to the gym equipment. That was a decision taken by Angus Alive to bring forward that as an improvement based on the drop-off in figures. I think you're rightly pointing out, or it has been rightly pointed out, that people's disposable income may be affected in leisure centres, and we're acutely aware of that. I think how we monitor the investment that Angus Alive has made is a critical part of how we will be working with Angus Alive in the future to ensure that actually the investment that is being made actually has an impact, and we will be bringing performance reports as normal on Angus Alive to Scrutiny and Audit Committee in due course, and that will provide the detail there. This report is really about a forward look. However, the actual award of the procurement authority enables this spend to take place.
Thanks. Can I just come back to
Of course.
Do you? Perhaps Kirsty Hunter can give some further detail on the use of the equipment so far.
Thanks, Vivian. In terms of the two venues where we've already completed the investment, which would be Brechin Community Campus and Montrose Sports Centre, there has already been an increase in memberships at both of those sites, and that's during the summer period when we would normally tend to see a drop-off in memberships as people enjoy the outdoors, particularly with the weather that we've had this summer. Normally you would have seen that trend of memberships dropping and then starting hopefully to climb again in the September-October period, but we've actually maintained and grown numbers in those sites. I think with regard to the investment that we're making, it's important to stress that we had taken a pause on investment in 1920 to take a step back and consider what was it that we were going to do in terms of the offer that would be provided to customers in our venues. We wanted to look at, was it going to be fit for purpose for what people expect today in facilities, rather than to continue with the programme that had happened previously, which was a like-for-like replacement of what had been there And if any of you have had the opportunity to go to either of the two sites that have been transformed so far, you'll see that those are now created into 3 different types of functional areas to ensure that we're catering for different types of customers that are looking to come into those spaces. It particularly means that we're catering towards customers who previously wouldn't have been as interested to come into our venues because they didn't have the types of functional training spaces that they would have been looking for. The other thing that I would add is that during the pandemic in 2021 and 21-22, we didn't undertake investment. So this is about catching up those 3 years of investment and undertaking the investment that would have normally happened in this current year, and then accelerating the investment for future years, and making sure that across Angus that we have an exemplary portfolio that's available for our communities to enjoy and to use. And we are also working with colleagues in health and social care partnership to look at how we can make sure that different types of members of our community can use those facilities.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much for that response. You're telling me that the memberships have gone up, but you're not giving me any percentages, so we have no idea. Have they gone up by 1 or have they gone up by 100? But, we don't know. So, and have they gone up consistently across all sites? And I would probably wonder, are you back to where you were? Because there has been a huge drop-off in memberships. So are you back there, or are you just starting to climb again after the drop-off?
Yep, so we can look, I'm quite happy to share that information after this session as well. In terms of the memberships, you're absolutely right, there has been a significant drop during the COVID period. Memberships were at around the 8,000 mark and had dropped to around the 5,000 mark. So we are in a process of rebuilding. This investment, though, is not just about growing new memberships, it's also about retaining memberships, which we already have. I think it's already been highlighted during the conversation already that cost of living crisis does make it particularly challenging for people. So when they're looking at the discretionary income that they're spending on activity, we need to make sure that our facilities are attractive so that they are something that they want to continue to prioritise in terms of their physical activity, which then can contribute to their physical and mental health and well-being. In terms of the growth of the numbers, those have gone up, as I say, at both sites. I would have to go to get the specific detail. I don't have that at the session today, but I can confirm it has grown both in Montrose and in Brechin, and the work's already underway in Arbroath at the sports centre there with regards to the transformation of the dance studio, and we're, now that we've completed school holiday period, looking to start the works in the fitness suite area there.
Thank you. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you.
And you're quite right. You're quite right. I remember that. I just saw the hand shooting up there. So it was Councillor Gregg, then it was Councillor Cheap, then it was Councillor Speed. Councillor Gregg, my apologies.
Thank you, Provost. I fully understand the time-critical nature of point 5.4 of the report, but I'm curious as to why 5.3, the Procurement Authority of Equipment Replacement Programme, is so time-critical, especially considering that there's quite substantial sums of money in here, and local gyms and independent gyms are offering a very similar product but for less money. So I think perhaps there needs a bit more scrutiny in the investment of further equipment and ongoing. So I want to know, why is that bit so time critical, section 5.3?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Gregg. In terms of the time critical nature, we've secured manufacturing slots, speaking to the providers, that if approval was given, that those manufacturing slots would be able to be made available for Angus. That would enable equipment to be delivered to achieve the transformations in advance of the busy period for us for membership sales, which is in the period just after Christmas into the sort of new year, when people are thinking about what is it that they're wanting to do from a fitness perspective as the new year kicks in. So for a number, not all, but for a number of the transformations that we're looking at, that's why it's so time critical, to make sure that that activity can happen prior to, rather than during the period, which is when we normally maximise sales within the community. There was a second part to your question as well, I think.
It was to do with the competition that's in the area. I mean, what can be given by Angus Live's gyms that can't be got somewhere else for cheaper? which again makes me question, again, the time critical element of this. So you're saying that the time critical element is because you'd like to order this equipment and it's to do with that being made and delivered. So if these time critical parts aren't ordered now, and then it means that the equipment would be delayed in its delivery. And that
would then have an impact on membership numbers, both through retention of current members and attraction of new members, which has an impact on income, and the vast majority of the income that we generate to be for the charity to be able to operate comes from the Be Active membership. The board has worked diligently over the last 7 years to put money aside every year into the Angus Alive R&R fund to make sure that this money is available for this type of investment at a point when it has been decided what that investment is to be used for. So I don't know if you want to add anything, Vivian.
Yeah, thanks for your question, Councillor Gregg, and it's an important point, I think, in terms of how markets are changing locally, and it is certainly something that we've been picking up in terms of how Angus Alive might transform into the future, and what the gyms and equipment might be best targeted towards. Angus Alive obviously is an organisation that Angus Council has as an ALIO, an arm's length external organisation. So it's delivering important services on behalf of Angus Council. But those future services, that transformational bit, I think we will pick up next time. However, the procurement authority for the equipment, how that equipment is used and by whom, I think is a question for the future in terms of the transformational element to that.
Just to go back to that point then, as Councillor Scott mentioned earlier, with the cost of living crisis and things, and the first thing that people are probably going to do is cancel a gym membership. Is the investment in all of this additional equipment and things and upgrading, is that something that should be done now if people are then going to cancel their memberships, or could that then be put off? Again, it's part of the, is this really as time critical as it might possibly be or not?
I think, Councillor Gregg, that's a decision for you as members, in terms of whether you think it is appropriate to go ahead with the procurement authority now or not. I would certainly recommend that the equipment, as Kirsty Hunter has outlined today, that this is a planned approach by Angus Alive to actually improve the services right across Angus, and this takes it into the next phase. Thank you.
Councillor Cheek.
Thank you, Provost. Just as part of that, as an extension on it, I realise that this is part of an overall bigger spend of just under 1.4 million. It was already accounted for in phase one, almost £500,000 of this. The 898,000, bearing in mind that briefing has been done, I think reading through the papers, I think Arbroath was the next one, and Canusty was also in that. So can I get a bit of a summary breakdown of what this 898,000, where it will be spent and how it will be spent?
We'll just swap over again for the detail.
In terms of the breakdown
just
across
roughly,
the different sites?
Yeah, just to let members know that of the 900,000, where it's being spent and for what, particularly in each. If
you just give me a moment till I look that up, Councillor Cheek. So in terms of your question, there's a spend in total on spin bikes or indoor cycles, which is 360,000, and that's across all of the sites, so evenly split across the sites. There's then also the spend of 165,000 at Montrose Sports Centre. For Community Campus has been will be 166,000. Saltire Sports Centre 189,000. If you let me get the other ones. I can get that information and provide it over. I was just. You got it there. Okay.
That must be almost it, I would have thought.
Thank you, and apologies for the toing and froing here. I think the level of detail, I'm happy to share that with you, Councillor Cheap, in due course, but certainly the operational resource that we're talking about today is Angus Alive money, and what we're looking for Council to decide today is the procurement, to give them the procurement authority for this. So this isn't coming from Angus Council budget just now, it is coming from an Angus Alive budget, but we need the authority from the Council for them to actually be able to spend it. I hope that helps to clarify that.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm just coming back. I'm just looking for information. I understand entirely that it's Angus Alive's money on this. I'm just, as an interested member, trying to find out where this money is going to across. We're saying across them all, and reading the papers, it said the next tranche is for Arbroath, so Saltire, I'm guessing, and it was to mention about Cnousty, but I'm not hearing anything about Cnousty in this. I'm only hearing about Montrose, Forfar Campus, Saltire, and cycles. So. Right, thank you, that makes it clear. And I think just on one point, to bear in mind, listening also to Councillor's position, you know, it's well known we have to invest to grow. And I think if we're looking to get numbers up and things, we need timely investment. Thank you.
That was a comment. No, it's fine. Any further questions first? Oh, I know I did say, yep, sorry, you see, you're tucking behind there, Councillor Speed. It's difficult for me to see you. Carry on, Councillor Speed.
Okay, yeah, money's too tight to mention. It just seems that this is a lot of money to spend, kind of based on guesswork and hope that there's going to be increased footfall and it's going to be kind of a sound investment. And yet, I spoke earlier about the challenges, especially when it comes to kind of critical frontline services. So I think for me the question is, have we got the balance right? If we were to take this decision on this amount of money, is that fair? When we've got hard facts around people's struggles and their difficulties, but we're being asked to compromise. Thank you.
But Councillor Speed, this is an arm's length.
Absolutely, absolutely. But
as,
I mean, there's
yeah. As mentioned by officers, it's it's arm's length, and two, this is not coming out from council money.
Yeah.
Yes, the melee has happened over the term, but you're comparing apples with pears. You know, we all sit here and are very worried about how we're going to look after our most vulnerable and elderly and young and mental health and everything else. But this is an arm's length thing, and Councillor Cheap is quite right to say you have to invest to sorry, what were your words again, Councillor Cheap? Invest to grow. Thank you. Councillor Durno.
Thanks, Provost. I just wanted to make the comment that obviously we're speaking about the crisis that's coming up with heating and people being in their houses. This is maybe an ideal opportunity for people who are at home.
Oh, is this a question?
It was basically just to sum up basically what you've all been saying, really.
Right, so that's a comment. Keep that for a minute until we've definitely exhausted all questions. I have a question from Councillor Gall.
We've seen the rise of private gyms kind of explosion in the last 5 or 10 years. Could the money initially not be used to lower membership fees to try and encourage more people that obviously have a tightened disposable income access to the gym and try and grow the numbers organically that way and hopefully kind of ride out the storm at that stage, as opposed to kind of putting in more equipment that, you know, many people might not be able to afford to even use?
Thank you, Councillor Gall, for your question through yourself, Provost.
Yes,
I think, you know, the point was made about the other types of gyms that are available locally and at different costs, etc. And I will, you know, work with Angus Alive to bring a further report forward around, you know, what the transformational project might need to look like. I guess this is about balancing the quality of services that people expect in terms of using those gym services over and against the fact that this is a council-led organisation that is subsidised in some ways in relation to the ability to use property that is owned by Angus Council. And so there is an opportunity, I think, to look at the overall charging package. And Angus Alive have been good at looking at that overall charging package and making allowances and enabling, you know, special entrance for different groups of people, etc., at different times as and when they can afford it. I think we've now got an opportunity to look at that in the round, transformationally, as to what does Angus Alive look like for the future. And I will bring that report forward again next time. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Brenda. Councillor O'Donnell, sorry.
Thanks, Provost. It was just to say, well, obviously we've been talking today about the crisis that's coming up with fuel poverty, etc. And when we're looking at the sums of money, it's quite a lot of money. But I think if we put it in perspective, that when we will have families who won't be able to heat their homes, this could be an ideal opportunity for children that probably don't pay to get into these venues, you know, underage cards, etc., you know, group discounts. They probably could go to the centres on a daily basis to actually save money, because they'll actually be in the centre, keeping warm, doing exercise, and that will be good for their mental health. And it might even encourage some more people to take part in the Commonwealth Games. We never know. We have to actually look at sport as being a way for people's mental health coming out of COVID, and it should actually be enhanced rather than us sitting saying the amount of money, because spending money on sport is actually better than our teenagers going around wrecking, as we spoke today, rural communities being wrecked, watching YouTube, bashing things up with hammers, etc. If we can target children into sport, into our leisure centres, they might not be able to afford private clubs, but obviously we've got discounts with our leisure centres, then it can only be a good thing. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Durno. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. And I probably speak as a former director of Angus Alive. I think we have to be careful with some of the comments we've been making. Angus Alive is an ALIO. It's got a board of directors and it's got chief executive and professional staff who have diligently put money away over the last few years, which the charity regulations expect them to do for a rainy day and to improve the business. Angus Alive has a turnover of about 9 million. 4 million comes from the council by way of a management fee, and the other 5 million is raised by activities mainly in sports centres. Now, one of the key elements is keeping your equipment up to date and stuff, equipment that people want to use. If you don't invest, that £5 million sports centre income is going to drop, and the sports centres are one of the few cash generating parts of the business, which ultimately subsidises other things that Angus Alive is doing. Now, we also know, at the other hand, the council is trying to reduce the management fee. So if you don't want Angus Alive to invest in sports centres, that's not a very clever strategy, I would suggest. And I know Angus Alive have put a lot of work into determining what equipment they're putting in and where. And they're doing a complete refresh. So I think that's worth bearing in mind. We've also got to remember that the national imperatives, health and well-being, mental health, we want people to exercise, and these are ticking all those boxes there. So I think this is not a spur-of-the-moment investment. This has been planned over a number of years, and I would think we would be, and this has been brought forward by our ALIO, and it's money that they have squirreled away over the last few years to reinvest in the business, and I think we should support it.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Stewart.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, in years gone by, council services have always been cheaper than the private sector. And I hear what we're saying, this is an ALIO. It's still seen by the public as a council service. And I take Councillor Duff's point that you need to keep investing in the equipment that you've got. But if you're going to have the same equipment there that the private sector gyms have, and the private sector gyms are so much cheaper, when we're in times that we're in just now, people cannot afford to pay the sums that are getting asked to our sports centres. And, you know, we've heard before that, you know, our sports centres offers different things, like you can go to any sports centre in Angus. I don't know how many people there is. Do we have any figures on that? How many people in Angus actually use multiple sports centres other than what is available in their hometown? I know when I was a member of Montrose Sports Centre, it didn't do me much good, to be quite honest. But, but yeah, I mean, I never ever used facilities at any other in any other town other than Montrose. So I'm having difficulty with this one.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. I think we're moving a little bit into operational discussion here, and I would suggest it's maybe time to move to the vote on this.
Yep, okay, I'm happy with that. Sorry.
Can I put an amendment?
Yeah, well, yes, you can put an amendment. We are. You're going to go. You're going with the motion, and do you have a seconder? Councillor Braids. Okay, and we are having an amendment, and that is by Councillor Scott.
The amendment is basically exactly the same as the motion, but to exclude 5.3 until we have the figures that Vivian's going to work to bring the report through. Transformation. We've no idea how many memberships and all the rest of it, so increase. We don't, Brechin and Montrose have just been done up, so we obviously don't know if they're retaining customers either. So therefore I would like to delay 5.3, so to take it out just now and bring it back to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Speed. Therefore, we're going for the motion, which is that we keep in 7 and 8, and or amendment that we remove number 7 and only vote for number 8. So we will go. Are you ready, Mr. McCaskill?
I think Councillor Whiteside has can sum up as part of the holder of the motion.
Your motion.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I would just like to point out, I think we're not being asked to discuss the actual procurement. We are asked to give authority for procurement for Angus Alive directors to make the decision with their own money. And also the consequences of delaying the procurement may well result in significantly increased costs. So I think you should bear that in mind as well. We're not actually here. We're not here in the capacity of Angus Alive directors taking a decision on the spend of their money. We're here just giving authority for the procurement. So I think we need to bear in mind what we're here for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whiteside. No, that's summed up. Sorry, Councillor Speed.
Yeah. Provost, we now go to the vote in terms
Now
of
go to the
standing
vote,
orders.
yeah.
Thank you, Provost. The motion by Councillor Whiteside, seconded by Councillor Braze, is as circulated. The amendment by Councillor Scott, seconded by Councillor Speed, is also to defer recommendation 7 and agree recommendation of the report. Please vote motion or amendment. Provost.
Motion.
That wasn't it. It was keep 5.4 in and delete 5.3. So remove 5.3 just now, which was to give the permission for the procurement.
And 5.3 relates to recommendation 7.
Right, okay. Sorry, that confused me.
Just for the
All very
clarification,
confusing, Councillor Scott.
just to clarify, we can't remove elements from an officer report. It's in terms of it's amending a motion rather than excluding parts of a report. Provost, we'll now go to the vote. I've detailed the terms of the motion and the amendment. Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Councillor Bell.
Motion.
Councillor Braze.
Motion.
Councillor Cheap.
Motion.
Councillor Cowdy.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Motion.
Councillor Doran.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Motion.
Councillor Darno.
Motion.
Councillor Fairweather.
Motion.
Councillor Fotheringham.
Amendment.
Councillor Gall.
Amendment.
Councillor Gregg. Councillor MacDonald.
Motion.
Councillor McLaren.
Amendment.
Councillor Meechan. Councillor Melville.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
Amendment.
Councillor Proctor.
Motion.
Councillor Scott.
Amendment.
Councillor Speed.
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Wan.
Amendment.
And Councillor Whiteside.
Motion.
Provost, the motion is carried 15 votes to 10.
Thank you. Right, so we are now moving on to agenda item number 9, the review of information reports. And do you have any questions to officers? Nope. Oh, sorry. Sorry, you do have a question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just to ensure that we get notification that these information reports are put on the online. I can't remember. I'm not sure if we do get that, but I think we need. Donald's saying we do get it. That's fine.
We will do that.
That's super. Thank you.
That's great. That's good that we've got that clarification. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Devine. And therefore, any comments? Leader.
Thank you, Provost. I'd move that we approve the interim arrangements. Yes, but I think you've also got to, we've got to determine the current practice. Is that what you're doing? Sorry, I'm reading it out. Determine the current practice rules continues, or information reports now be submitted to the respective committees. You're going for number 2? Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Just so there's clarification, we've got that minuted correctly. Thank you. Standards. Oh, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Duff. Standards Commission decision. The Council is here to consider the report. Do we have any questions? Comments? Nope, thank you. Sorry? Yes, can we note the report? Thank you. Appointments of outside bodies updates. I think it all speaks for itself. So unless there are any questions, do we agree with the report? Oh, we do have a question. Wonderful.
Very quick, Provost there. Just one thing, it's maybe for Donald more than anybody. There is another trust that have been in touch, who David Lumgear and Alec King used to be members of. It's the Arbroath Improvement Trust. They've actually been in touch with David, I believe, and said that the council hasn't been in touch with them about membership for this term.
I'd be happy to follow up that query with Councillor Fairweather and contact the relevant outside body. Thanks, Provost.
I'll be on the agenda for the next one as well, Councillor Wan. Thank you very much. Right, so are we agreed? Oh, sorry, Councillor Duff.
Thanks, Provost. Just a very brief comment from myself. I'm pleased to see that the officers are now recommending that elected members are on the Montrose Basin Local Nature Reserve Management Committee. It's a bit of a mouthful. I think that is important because I think there are quite significant issues there, and I think I attended the last meeting as a normal member of the public rather than a council rep. I think a number of issues were highlighted at that meeting.
Thank you. Any further comments on the report? No, agreed. Thank you very much. Hybrid council and committee meetings options for Town County Hall, and I asked Mrs. Falconer and Mr. Balfour to talk on this report.
Thank you, Provost, and
Thank you.
Good afternoon, elected members. You'll recall at the council meeting in June, I was remitted to consult on costs of less expensive hybrid systems for committee meetings, including the cost of associated equipment and furniture, and to bring a report back to the council meeting today. A member officer working group was set up with councillors Whiteside, Wan, MacDonald and Speed, and myself, Gavin Balfour and Steve Leslie. We had productive discussions and reviewed the technical and furniture requirements and identified less expensive options as outlined in the paper today. The MOG determined that full flexibility of the chamber to enable other uses was not an essential requirement, and that allowed a revised, less expensive proposal for furniture to be determined. Also, given that full flexibility of the chamber isn't regarded as essential, there's no longer a need to consider wireless microphones that were included in the various options that were presented in the June paper, and therefore cheaper wired microphones have been costed for the options within the paper. There are three options that are laid out for consideration. These are audio only, static cameras, or tracking cameras. The tracking cameras option is recommended as this would allow remote attendees and public viewers to see a focused view of the active speaker in the chamber. This solution offers the best quality video of the options. Our recommendation also includes the use of shared mics being used to deliver the audio requirements, and this allows the cost to be kept down further. I'd point out that the lead times for the audio and video equipment could be up to 12 weeks, so it would be beneficial if we were able to progress as soon as possible. And Gavin is here to answer any questions around the furniture proposal, and Steve's also here in case there are any particularly technical questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Provost. Just very quickly, I think we're all in agreement, certainly in the opposition side here, that we go for option 3, which is the recommended option. However, we would like you to consider the additional amount, which I think works out about £700 odd per year over the 10-year period, to have microphones for everybody rather than shared mics. And the reason for that is, as you can see here just now, I know the tables will be slightly larger for moving microphones about if they need to be moved about. I just think with the laptop sitting in front of us, it's just a little bit of hassle. And I know we're speaking about cost of living, but I think £700 a year over the 10 years is not unsurmountable.
Councillor Dorn.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to ask around option 3. It isn't there isn't detail on this in the report around the staffing that would be needed to run option 3. It's mentioned in option 2 that someone would need to run the kind of static cameras, but I just wondered what implications that have for running the meeting from a staff perspective.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. There would be no staffing required in terms to operate the cameras. There would be some staffing involved in prior tests to make sure that the more complex system was operational. But apart from that, no, there would be no direct staff required to switch between the different cameras for option 3. Hope that helps.
Thank you. Yeah, it was just clarification on whether or not there'd be cost involved with from that perspective in running the meetings. So thank you.
Any further, sorry, question? Councillor Cheap?
Just for clarification on this, so I understand. Yeah, again, I was going with the option 3, so tracking cameras, shared mics. Councillor Wan, I think, is talking about individual mics in preference to that, but that's an extra £7,000 capital cost, isn't it? And then an extra £700 revenue cost per annum on top of that. It's just for clarification, I understand that correctly. So we would be having extra capex to do the individual mics. Thank you.
So, Councillor Braze?
Sorry.
Yeah, oh, he's put, you switched it off. There we go. There we go.
Yes, I do recognise entirely what Councillor Wan's getting at regarding the individual mics for every member. I would, I think, prefer to go with the shared mic, at least at this stage, and if it turns out that it is really difficult and really clumsy and really annoying, then surely the option would be to go and get more mics.
Councillor Devine?
Well, I would agree with Councillor Braze, but you see, if you have 2 microphones, you're taking up too much space, and this can flick from person to person. If you're sitting near each other, I don't see the problem with that. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I just think it's quite a reasonable solution.
Yes, yes.
It's not so much, I think, the switching of the buttons, but you can see the hassle that folk have got here, switching the mics on and switching them off. I just really think if you're stretching across to do it, it's going to be more hassle, but I don't think anybody's really precious about it, so I would just like to see that option, but at the end of the day, we'll get voted down anyway.
Well, sorry, I'll interject. But I think the situation, as Councillor Braze has said, that it can be looked at again if it's not working. And so, when we are talking about the crisis, the cost of living crisis, I don't think it would look very well to us as to the electorate that we would be going ahead and doing that when we're trying to ensure that we are looking after our people. So I think that the thing is there. But sorry, Councillor.
It's not a question. It's Kenny's question. Can it?
Can it?
Is that actually feasible to do?
Oh, right.
Kenny never got his question answered.
Officers.
Yeah, sorry, is that move from shared mics to individual mics?
Councillor Braze asked whether or not we go for the option where we share the mics, and if it doesn't work, could we then just get a few more mics in?
Yes, we'd obviously have to buy the mics, and we'd have to reconfigure the system for the the new setup. So that would probably require the supplier to come in for half a day or a day or something to reconfigure them. But yes, that's possible.
Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. Can I ask Steve how effective he thinks the shared mics will be? Will give us suitable performance?
I can't really answer that. We've not really tried them, but discussion with suppliers suggests that you don't really need to move the mics and it will pick up. So it's really just a matter of pressing the shared mics.
Councillor Fairweather.
Thanks, Provost. Provost, if we're going to do something, let's do it properly. £700 a year is about £13.50 a week. Let's do it properly. I think we're going to look rather silly at times if we've got this getting videoed and we're handing across microphones. Come on, £13.50 a week.
I think Steve's going to come back in on that one.
Yes, sorry, the difference between shared and individual mics is £7,000 capital. Thanks.
That feeds a lot of bellies, Councillor Fairweather, but Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I mean, as I understand the layout, the desks are for 2 people, so there are a number of two desk units. I think that's correct, and we're talking about 1 microphone per desk. That doesn't seem unreasonable to me, and I don't think it's the £700 a year running cost that would worry me. It's the £7,000 the capital cost. I'm not sure that I could justify that. I'm having to do that rather than doing that. I think we could share a microphone between 2, given that we're sharing a desk, and that would seem sensible.
Councillor Proctor. Sorry, my apologies.
Is it? Yeah, the question is, would, if we went and just went for the 1 microphone and then later on decided we require 2, would that be a significant increase in the cost, or would it be the same as the 7,000 plus the 700 maintenance? Sometimes you do something and then you've got to add on. It could be more costly.
Yeah, Councillor, the additional cost would be to reconfigure the system from the shared microphones into the individual microphones.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, the cost would be to reconfigure the system for the extra microphones, so that the cameras were set to each of the microphones, and we'd guess that would be about half a day or a day worth of a supplier coming in to do that work to make sure that they were all set and configured properly.
Thank you.
Councillor Gregg.
Thank you, Prof. I was going to ask a similar question.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cheap. All right, sorry, yeah.
Do that.
I don't have direct figures for that, but that we would cost that as part of a proposal.
Okay. Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Provost. Just a reminder that in the current setup in the chamber, we've got shared mics already. Appreciate it's some years now since we actually sat in it. But with fixed mics, there's no need to be touching it and moving it between people, which helps me in terms of infection control potentially. So I must admit, I would rather stick with that shared option in the middle of the table, because you can see how scuttery it is with a mic in front of your laptop. So if it's placed in between you, it's out of the way a bit more. I just think it keeps the desks a bit clearer, and I have no issues with sharing a mic at all from either a cost or an infection control perspective.
So, Councillor Scott.
I just think when the citizens of Angus are struggling the way that they are and worrying about what's going to come, then yeah, the last thing I care about is whether I'm sharing a microphone, to be fair. So, yeah.
And after that comment, do you want to bring forward an amendment, Councillor Wan? Or?
Just a question.
Okay, right, thank you. Sorry? Councillor MacDonald. I think we're on to comments now, yeah.
I'm pretty pleased to see that we've got to this position after the last sort of report where we were presented with figures that were much, much higher than this. And having been a substitute on the Member Officer Working Group when one of our members couldn't make it, I was delighted to see everybody working so well together. Everybody's points, I think, were taken on board, and all of the views that came in from that MOG from when I was in it it made a difference to the proposals we've got today. You know, we've gone from over I think it was £100,000 potential option to the option that we've got today, which is significant. And I take Councillor Scott's point, but we've actually managed to get a significant cost down by sort of just pushing and pushing and pushing. And I'm pretty pleased that the Council's managed to do that. The headline figure to the people of Angus will seem quite high, but we know that through the hybrid model that we'll make that back. So this is actually going to save and make the council money, as opposed to, well, the last one would have made it up in a year, so we're going to make it significantly more and ongoing. So I'm pretty pleased with where we've got. I think everybody that was part of it's done a great job, and just well done to everyone, including the staff members that worked on it as well, to get to this place.
And I just also like to thank Mark for it all, because it's been you that's the lead on that one, Mark, and you've done an excellent job. Thank you very much. Are we agreeing the report? Thank you. Option 3. We're agreeing option 3. Thank you very much. How are we doing for time? Hopefully we'll get 13. We'll still get 13 done. Oh my God, at the end yet. Ever optimist. Accounts Commission Best Value Audit Report. This will be introduced by the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Provost. The Accounts Commission Best Value Audit Report is probably one of the most significant reports that any council gets in its lifetime. The Best Value Audit examines all the council functions and its delivery. It has significant relevance to everything we set out to do as a council and our communities, and relates to the performance reports already discussed today. The Best Value Audit investigated a number of things. It investigated our performance, our outcomes, and our pace of improvement. It investigated our collective vision, our leadership as officers and as elected representatives. The auditors investigated decision-making and governance, our use of resources, our finances, and of our people. They also examined as a council how we work with partners and communities, how we behave in terms of our values, the quality of our fairness, equity, and our sustainability. I think it's fair to say it's an incredibly rigorous process, and this Best Value report covers the period from the last Best Value audit in 2016. It covers from 2016 to earlier this year. I am proud to have been the Chief Executive since 2017, and I am indebted to the two leaders of the Council at that time, Councillor Miles and Councillor Fairweather. Indeed, last week, the 29th of August, the corporate leadership team and some of our elected members met with the Accounts Commission. The Chair, two members of the Commission and the Secretary to the Commission. Two key points I want to pick up, and members who were present will remember these comments. One of the two members of the Commission advised, "This is one of the best reports reported to me as a Commissioner in the last 4 years." The other said he had witnessed significant change since 2016 and said Angus Council, one of the most progressed councils he had seen in terms of performance and delivery of savings. He had been part of the audit team in 2016. I mean no disrespect to auditors, but phrases like these are not phrases you often hear them say. The Accounts Commission urged us to pause and to celebrate our success. And that's why I'm taking up so much time here today. I'm taking up the vital council time to pause and thank every member of Angus Council staff, our elected members, our partners, our communities and our citizens for recognising the significant progress over time, but more importantly, to celebrate a resilient council in good shape for the significant challenges we have ahead. The Commission praised well-defined evidence of a clear vision, priorities and strong partnerships, effective leadership from the leader of the Council and myself as Chief Executive. They commented on strong productive relationships between officers and members, the pace of change and improvement, and our strong financial planning and management. I could go on. They also identified, as expected, areas of improvement. We have highlighted these areas in Appendix 1, and as you will note already, we have a plan to progress these. To summarise, our performance reporting is currently variable and needs to be consistent across all services. Our Health and Social Care Partnership needs to continue its great work, the work they are already doing, to manage and meet growing demand. We need to finalise our longer-term financial planning. We are excellent at medium-term planning, and we need to now think to a 10-year plan. Pretty challenging one, that one. And we have to do more work regarding work with our communities. I recognise these 4 things. I recognise what we have to do as a council, and I recognise and accept the improvements given to us by Audit Scotland and the Accounts Commission. I'm happy to answer any questions, Provost.
Do we have any questions on the report? Councillor Durno.
Oh, thank you, Provost, and thank you, Margot, for your report. I have a question on page 265 of the report. It's about the housing performance. I'm finding, since I've been in the council, we've always had an increased request for housing in our Broad. And obviously, we with COVID, things were put behind and because of Brexit, etc. But it was one of the statements that's on the report about improving customer satisfaction and the housing repairs. I just want to know, there was sorry, I've just lost the place on here. It was about revaluing the housing issues. Just wondered how are we going to improve the housing situation in Angus at the moment, because I haven't seen any vision that we've got at the moment. If it's not maybe coming clear enough in this report.
I'm happy to answer that question, and there may be other officers who want to come in, but clearly the housing service has improved, and we have built a number of new houses, and members are aware of some of the issues we had around our maintenance and contract, which has also been resolved. So hopefully that answers your question, and we'll see that performance coming through the action plan.
Yeah, I think it was about saying that the council was going to be reviewed. So it's really just if we could kept some information on how this is going to be done, because we're really having a lot of problems in my area, especially with housing, and I'd like to see how this is going to be improved in the next 6 months, etc. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the report? Comments on the report? Oh, Councillor Fairweather. And Councillor Stewart next. Sorry, right, I'll write that one down. Here.
Thank you, Provost. I'll go to recommendation 3. It says, acknowledges the significant progress made since 2016 as outlined in the report. And for that, I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank the Chief Executive, who at times was my rock. I'd like to thank the corporate leaders team, all our officers and all our staff. They were all instrumental in achieving this fantastic report for Angus. I'd like also, if it was from 2016, I think we're forgetting there was an SNP leader in 2016. So for his contribution, certainly Councillor Ian Gall should perhaps be mentioned. But I'd also like to thank as well Councillor Bob Miles, who was the Angus administration leader from 2017 to 18. I'd also like to thank my own administration, my cabinet, which included Councillors Angus McMillan Douglas, Councillor Vaughan, Councillor Mark Salmond, the late Councillor Ron Sturrock, and for a short period, Councillor Lois Speed. My conveners, my vice-conveners, the provosts, the 2 deputy provosts, and the administration members who served in various roles. Provost, the report states, Angus Council serves its community well, has made impressive improvements to services in recent years and benefits from effective leadership and clear vision. Officers and members have a constructive working arrangements in place to support decision-making, making the public scrutiny and work together to deliver financial sustainability. All this was done in times of financial constraints and the COVID pandemic. Did I have my problems? Yes. Did I have to listen to a critical opposition? Yes, but that's democracy. Did I have to listen to people who didn't have a Scooby-Doo about what running a council involved? Yes, I did. Did I have to read reporting who were more interested in where I parked my car in the rain or where I held my meetings? Yes, I had to listen and read all that. Seems at that time they weren't very much interested in all the good work that was going on in the background in Angus Council. Lastly, can I thank the auditors for all the hard work and diligence? Also to thank them for portraying the bigger picture in Angus Council, putting forward facts, not fiction. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
That's me. Okay, yeah. I'd like to thank the Commission for this report, which is a fantastic report. I'm looking at page 243, in particular points 3 and point 5, and it's the first sentences there that has got me. There has been strong leadership by elected members working well with each other and in partnership with our officers. Point 5, we commend the Council in how it has continued to serve the people of Angus well in the face of the pandemic, not least its focus on tackling the exacerbating effects of inequalities experienced in the communities. And then we go down to the key messages on page 247, 248. There's 11 points there, and every one of them is shown just how well the previous administration performed in the last 5 years. So I just can't understand, you know, in the last 5 years, the amount of times yourself, Provost, you called us dysfunctional, incompetent, and I just can't understand that because the Accounts Commission see it obviously very differently from you.
And the electorate didn't. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Yeah, I welcome the best value report, which is positive and shows an improvement on previous reports. However, I think it also makes very clear that the challenges ahead are stark, and I would direct elected members to perhaps 3 sections. Paragraph 87, Council is currently projecting a funding gap of 49 million. This represents a significant financial pressure, and the Council recognises that it will have to make difficult decisions. Paragraph 97, this is a significant level of savings, talking about what we've done beforehand. However, increasing financial pressure means more radical changes required to the scale and delivery of services. And then if we look at recommendation 1, the Council and Angus Health and Social Care Partnership must develop and deliver significant saving plans over the next few years to secure financial sustainability. This will require changes to the range and scope of services being delivered. And I'll also mention to elected members the corporate risk register rating for financial pressures are at red with a score of 20. So a lot of good work's been done in the last 5 years, but we are certainly not out of the financial woods. And I think that's one of the messages I take from this report, and we need to remember that.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I guess I just want to pick out a couple of things that demonstrate for me the importance of preventative spend. So our integrated community health and care services and the Glen Isla and the Glen Clova projects, which work in tandem to support people both through the justice system, but also people who are not women specifically, to give them the support they need before things develop into a crisis. And in terms of the mental health services, just how valuable and important it is to support people as close to their homes as possible. And things like the development of the 7-day-a-week mental health service in Angus, which is helping to prevent inpatient care in acute psychiatric settings. And for people who do need acute inpatient care, it's supporting an earlier discharge back in people's homes and in their community where the support network is based. It can be a really difficult culture shift for funding that has traditionally gone into the acute sector to be turned around to be invested in preventative and earlier intervention projects. And I think we need to keep pushing for that wherever we are, because ultimately it saves the public pound, but more importantly for me, it actually improves the health and well-being of our communities and our individuals. So I think that really needs to be a focus over the next period of time as we see these financial challenges and also demand in our services. That preventative spend must not be lost, and we must be focused on it for everyone's benefit. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Whiteside. Oh, sorry, no, my apologies, I'm going to, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Proctor.
That's quite all right, thank you. I'll keep this, like myself, pretty short when I take up too much of your time. I think on page 249, you know, it illustrates very well the leader of the council and chief executive provided effective leadership. And it goes on, and that permeated through, and it's a vast, vast difference to what was reported in the press and what was often said in here by some members as the council of chaos. And this report certainly did not kind of agree with that. And I think we should all remember, and I'm talking about maybe particularly the new members, how we set off in COVID, and we were the first, or one of the first local authorities in Scotland to hold their meetings virtually. And it seems like yesterday when the first Zoom meeting that we held, full council Zoom meeting that we held, and we were Zoom bombed by some pretty horrific images that were flashed up. But we got on with that, and we progressed. And now we're in a state whereby we take the virtual meetings as just normal. We take that in our stride, and that shows that we're moving forward. So that was, just as it says in there in the report, that the officers and the elected members have a constructive and working relationship, and that permeates through. And the last thing I'd just like to say, I think, take cognizance of the point that Councillor Duff made. Yes, there is going to be difficult times ahead, and we as a council have got to face up to these challenges. But I think the misnomer, the council of chaos, was very, very far and wide off the mark. Thank you.
Councillor Proctor, I would just like to say the comment you made about how hard it was to move to these type of meetings done like you, and I would just like to be on record to say I think you did an excellent job at that time, because I can assure you now that I'm in this seat, it is not easy at all. But thank you very much for your comments. I think the next one was Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost. And very briefly, I'd just like to echo our Chief Executive's view. That's a super report, and everybody involved, from previous leaders, elected members, opposition members, and very importantly, all the officers in the council should all be congratulated. And I think whilst appreciating the report that we've got in front of us, we need to look forward and appreciate the challenge ahead, and hopefully we can all work very constructively towards maintaining and improving on this going forward. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. And Councillor Nicholl.
Modern technology.
It's on. Oh, it was.
On. Oh, when it's so close to you, you can't see the light. Thank you very much, Provost. This report shows how the last administration had served the people of Angus, delivering great service through hard economic times and a pandemic. The officers and the administration should be highly commended for their effort. Maybe these reports should be more frequent so we can pick up any failings in the future, allowing officers and councillors to make changes for the good of Angus. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you. Any more comments? Thank you. I'm just looking at the clock here, and I think we could probably get another 2 or 3, and we might even get to. Oh, sorry, are we agreeing to the? Are we agreeing to the report number 13? Thank you. Number 14, Angus Development Plan Scheme 2022, and I believe Mrs. Jill Patterson is going to introduce this report. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you, Provost. So the report in front of members is for approval, the Angus Development Plan Scheme for 2022, which includes an updated position on the work programme for the preparation of the next local development plan. The development plan scheme itself is required by legislation to be reported on annually to the Council for approval. As members will be aware, we are transitioning to a new planning system under the Planning Scotland Act 2019, and under this legislation there is a requirement to prepare a very different type of development plan scheme, which sets out in greater detail what is involved at each stage of preparation of the plan and giving an accurate timetable. It is also expected to include a participation statement which takes account of the views of the public on when consultation will take place, with whom, and the potential methods of engagement and consultation that could be used. However, as many parts of the new planning system remain to be implemented and are dependent on National Planning Framework 4 receiving royal assent, it is not possible to prepare the new style development plan scheme at this time. Also, due to the uncertainty of the implementation of the development planning regulations and guidance, it is not possible to accurately predict the timescale for production of the new development plan at this juncture. Therefore, the development plan scheme in front of you today is an update on the current document, really just setting out the work underway towards preparation of the next local development plan. As and when we have National Planning Framework 4 and the development planning regulations in place and the guidance, we will bring back our next development plan scheme to you as quickly as possible thereafter. We will also be seeking to engage with you and members of the community across Angus as to how they want to be prepared at the very outset of involvement in that local development plan. Thank you.
Is there any questions on this report? Oh, Councillor Durno.
Thanks, Jill. Thanks, Jill, for the report. I just want to ask, when you say engagement, will we be having local engagement with community councils on the Angus local development plan?
Absolutely. A key aspect of the new Planning Act is engagement right across the board, so it'll be even more engagement than has ever been undertaken before. It places significant emphasis on early engagement with communities and specific target groups that the plan is required to engage with. That includes children and young people, gypsy travellers, care, those going through the care system, everything across the board. And there'll be a significant, probably, volume of activity around that, actually involving people at the outset of how their communities want to develop in future, as opposed to previous development plan, which has been more of a formal consultation once the plan's been prepared.
Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Can we get some sort of estimate when the new plan will actually be live, Ms Patterson?
It's a very difficult question, Councillor Duff, given the delays that have been impacted on through COVID. Officers and myself met with the Chief Planner for Scotland a couple of weeks ago. The early indications at the moment are that we should receive National Planning Framework 4 in the autumn. The process for that and whether it's subject to any legal challenge could result in further delays impacting on the system. Because much of the policy detail is now going into National Planning Framework 4, we're dependent on that before we can bring forward development plans. The regulations and guidance are due to fall in quite quickly thereafter. We have National Planning Framework 4. At the moment, we're anticipating the new style evidence report at the end of next year. And that is, we've got some training coming up with members which will take you through the steps involved in the preparation of the new style local development plans and the formal aspects of that. Realistically, that's probably looking at 2027 to 28 for adoption. Now, what I will say to members is that myself, along with other planning authorities right across Scotland, have indicated quite strongly to the Scottish Government the difficult position that is placing planning authorities in across Scotland in terms of the risk around planning by appeal and due process and impacts on housing land supply. We will update members and keep them updated on that as we move through the process as best we can.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I'd just like to thank Mrs Patterson, and actually I'd like to commend the development plan scheme and participation statement, particularly shown page 297 to 310, as giving a very clear and thorough explanation of our forward approach to the preparation of the next local development plan. employing greater consultation opportunity for all stakeholders to have their say. So thank you very much.
Councillor Clark, Deputy Provost.
I'm getting my Sunday name the day. Thanks very much. Jill, you and I were used to this in another area. And I'm just wondering, when you mentioned something to my colleague there about, you know, local participation, especially with community councils, because it is so important. I'm just thinking in terms of things like main issues reports and things, and where elected members could maybe ask for protected areas to be considered. I take it, this is a rhetorical question, Quine, I'm sure that will be involved.
So one of the aspects of the new system is the main issues report is actually now removed from the system, and the intention for that is to front load as much engagement as possible. Now, we've been undertaking a bit of work across the board to look at how we get communities excited about planning, and you know, it's not always the easiest topic, but it's very much how we pitch it to people. And the new style development plans offer a significant opportunity to draw in a lot of other aspects. There's an awful lot of new legislative duties that are now included in the planning system. Whilst that's challenging, it gives us greater scope to speak to communities about how they want their place to develop. So it's not about planning, it's about the future of your place. What projects do you want to come forward? What initiatives do you want to come forward? National Planning Framework 4, my colleagues will take you through the detail of that at the training and give you an indication of some of the aspects within that. It covers community wealth building, it covers climate change, it covers open space, it covers coastal erosion. It's all these aspects coming together, and these will all be all the things that we're out speaking to communities about. So how do they want things to come forward? And the other detail that sits within the new development plan scheme is the delivery programme that it now looks a 10-year period. That is a delivery programme that's signed off by full council, and that will effectively be your pipeline of projects that communities will see coming forward in future around their places.
Councillor.
If we just come back in
Yes,
for a
of
wee
course.
minute, please.
Yep.
Just in terms of that engagement, it's very important, as we know. There was exercises that were done in the past, like planning for real, which were done at the community level. I would hope that maybe that's not been lost, since we've lost what I asked earlier. But because I do think these things were really, they involved bairns at school and things, which I think is really important. So I hope we can maybe do something like that.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, one of the statutory parts of the Act is that we engage with children and young people, and we'll have to set out the specifics of that in the participation statement that comes forward. We will be engaging with you as elected members on the participation statement, which sets out how we intend to engage with communities. So absolutely take your feedback on who we should be speaking to, what's the best inroad to do that, what type of workshops do we want to be doing. It will be much more in-depth workshop style format that we'll be moving forward with. We have an extremely small team. We're working quite closely with external partners, and my colleague and myself met with the University of Dundee last week to see if we can do some work with their students to help give us some additional resource to do that. But we'll also be working closely with our Vibrant Communities colleagues to work around what we call place-based working, which is leveraging in their contacts and their support to do that in the best way we can.
Thank you.
Great, thanks for that. Any further comments? No, right. Are we agreeing the report? Great, thank you. Moving swiftly on to 15, and it's the same again, so you don't have to change your seats, Jill. I'll let you introduce Angus Council Transition to Net Zero Action Plan.
So I'm delighted to bring this report forward in front of members today, and I hope you would agree with me in saying, in complimenting the author of both the report and the action plan itself as a fantastic piece of work in setting out the Council's corporate position to move towards the transition to net zero and the action plan that we have in place for 2022 to 2030. The action plan is required to ensure that Angus Council itself meets the 2030 Scottish Government interim emissions reduction target of a 75% reduction in emissions en route to the net zero target by 2045. You'll see from the report that significant reductions have already been achieved, and the Council has reduced its emissions by 52.5% from 2012 to 2020. Going forward to 2030, Angus Council must reduce its operational emissions by 5% each year to meet the 75% reduction target. The action plan sets out how we will achieve that 5% reduction year on year until 2030. The action plan, it's also a live document, and it will evolve as new technology, techniques and practices emerge, as well as reflecting the Council's financial position and the resources available to deliver it. The progress of the action plans and Angus Council's transition to net zero will be reviewed and reported annually from November 2023 onwards, alongside the public body's climate change duties report. That's a bit of a mouthful there. What I will say, in compiling this action plan, our climate change officer has brought together council services across the piece to input to its preparation. Thank you.
Any questions? Councillor Cowley.
Thank you very much. Yeah, as Environment spokesperson for the administration, I'm delighted to see this report, and I'd like to thank all the officers involved for all the work that's gone into it. I really look forward, along with I think everybody here, in engaging and collaborating and developing this plan as it goes forwards. In the face of so many immediate challenges, I think we can all agree that the climate crisis is still one of the most urgent and existential threats we face. But I'm very mindful of the funding challenges around fulfilling some of these expectations. And I know in section 4.3, you note that grant funding from a range of sources will play a really important part in helping us to meet the emissions reduction targets here. So I just wondered if we could make a commitment that staff resource could be dedicated within the grant applications and funding teams to, looking for those grants, because I know how stretched those teams are, and I think it would be great to have some sort of a allocation within this area.
Councillor Devine was next. She did have her hand up. Councillor Devine. Oh, sorry, questions, yeah.
Yes, if I could have an answer, that would be great, thank you.
I'm definitely needing a break.
Yeah, so one of the areas that we've fed back to Scottish Government consistently on is that grant support needs to be accompanied by the resource support to apply for the grant funding, and if we don't even need to apply, it's even better, because an awful lot of resource is put into actually set aside to apply for grant funding. So we've consistently fed that back as a whole council to Scottish Government. We are a small team, I keep saying that, but we are quite a small team in terms of the resource. What we have got is that corporate group across the council, so we have got a lot of resource to tap into. We're trying to integrate that climate change activity across all council activities. So you'll see from the action plan, there's some key actions in there around governance. So some of the decisions that will come in front of you as elected members, ensuring that officers across the council have considered climate change as part of any proposals that they're putting in front of you. Equally of importance is our Mercury programme, and the work we're undertaking through Tay Cities Deal, again, is looking corporately across the piece, and there's some exciting piece of work ongoing with the waste team at the moment and our economic development colleagues around new technologies and how we can actually integrate that across the board for the benefit of Angus Council. So yes, absolutely, where we can secure resource. There are sometimes challenges in terms of getting that resource in for a short period of time. I think I'd be fair to say, in some of the recruitment difficulties that we have at the moment, climate change is actually one where we get a lot of interest in posts. So I'm hopeful at the moment we're out to recruitment, and I'm hopeful we get a positive response on that.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Devine, then Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I really want to thank you for bringing forward this report. I'm very excited about it, and want to thank Karen Webster for doing so much work on it. There's just a little question on page 340, and it's talking about, it's the biodiversity management plans. Only the country parks are mentioned there, and I just wonder if we should be looking at some of our other parks, and also things like the path network, where I do feel, well, I don't know other path networks particularly well, but I do feel that Forfars is lacking in biodiversity, and it would be great to be able to incorporate that into that area. Thank you.
So, Councillor Devine, some of that is picked up in the Local Biodiversity Action Plan, which I think you've been involved in previously, and we're sort of refreshing and making sure that those actions are pertinent moving forward, but also how they relate to this net zero action plan. And I'll take on board your comment that we could perhaps enhance that through the climate change action plan as part of that. And probably just a little pitch to members while I'm here is we have Climate Change Week coming up, and there's a series of activities across the week that I would encourage elected members to get involved in where they can, and we'll make sure that the details of those are circulated as well.
Councillor Stewart, no, Councillor Stewart was next. And then Councillor, I saw your hand next, and then Councillor Speed.
Thanks, Provost. It's just a very small question on page 337. The bottom entry there, convert remaining street lighting. There's only 3% left to do. I think that's for the whole Angus. Is it going to take until 2030 to complete that? That's what it's saying on the report.
I think we need to come back to you on the specifics of that, Councillor Stewart, just in terms of the programme rollout. I don't have that information in front of me today, but I'll come back to you as quickly as I can on that.
Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. This is a comment.
How about, can we, because it might be that Councillor Speed's got a question.
It is.
Right, thank you. You'll get your comment at some point in time, Councillor McLaren, once we've gone through questions.
Okay. Yep. Thanks, Provost. Thanks, Jill. Yeah, I just wondered if you could tell me a little bit about kind of this agenda and kind of staff engagement throughout the council workforce, how engaged staff, are. Appreciate that, day to day they live very busy working lives, so there might not be much opportunity, but obviously they're a huge part of this agenda, and I'm sure much of it kind of cross-cuts their areas of business. So yeah, just a little bit more info on that.
Yes, happy to, Councillor Speed. I think you've touched the nail on the head. Everybody is quite busy, and it's quite difficult to sometimes, have climate change up there as a top priority. You'll see from the action plan that that's a key part of our activity moving forward. So what I would say is we've had the climate change officer only in post a short while. The amount of work they've done in that time period has been fantastic. I mentioned there about some of the governance arrangements, so one of the bits of work we want to look at is all committee reports that come forward show that the member of staff has considered climate change as the part of work that they're doing, and that is referenced within the committee report itself. We also have a series of training programmes that we're in the process of developing, so things like carbon. I always get this phrase wrong. You had the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan in front of you a short while ago. That's the post we're in the process of recruiting for at the moment, and there'll be a close working at ensuring that some of the lessons we learn within Angus Council, we're working with our business and communities on as well.
Okay, that's great. Thanks, Jill.
Councillor Durno had a question. Yes.
Am I on? Am I not?
You're on.
Just a quick one back on page 340 again, Jill. It's the embedded land use adaptation into the appropriate Angus Council land use documents, local housing strategy and local development plan. I just wondered if there was an actual committee that is going to be working on that, because I'd really like to get some input on putting in modular houses, environmental modular housing pods. I need to speak to someone about that, if that was possible.
I'm happy to pick that up with housing colleagues, Councillor Durno. There's no specific committee. It would feed into the normal committee cycle. There's what I would say is that land use adaptation we look to progress as part of any project. So some of the comments that came in earlier about active travel and enhancing biodiversity as part of that, there's lots of different land use adaptation measures that we can bring forward. They're a different combination of things. It's certainly an aspect that we're going to look at as part of the local housing strategy, which will come in front of you as members. It's in process of being reviewed at the moment. I think as technologies and practice is changing in relation to climate change, we're seeing an awful lot of new things coming forward. So the local housing strategy will pick that up and look at new forms of technology and where we can build that into projects.
Yeah, I'd quite like to work with you on that one. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pass that on.
Councillor Doran.
Hi, yeah, mine was just a question on page 338 and 339 on the fleet and business travel, and appreciate you might need to come back on this one, but it was just related to the progress on some of the actions. There's quite a few without anything on there. It'd be good to indicate maybe either if things are in process or to be started, or a date on those relating to fleet management reviews and opportunities for demonstration of larger vehicles, and there's another one on addition of electric bikes. So it was just about adding in further detail about when those might be taking place or completed.
So yeah, more than happy to take that on board, Councillor Dawn, and as we mentioned, it's a live action programme, so we're more than happy to start and add that detail in. We're also planning elected member sessions 3 times a year for looking at the transition to net zero action plan, so briefing on that, and again that'll be an opportunity for you all to feed in and ask questions at that point in time as well.
That's the last question, I think, so therefore... Oh no, a question?
Sorry, thank you, Provost. Just one question. I noticed within the report and the action plan that 71% of the emissions come from council buildings. Considering that quite a lot of the council buildings are quite old and will need a considerable amount of updating, what would be the sort of things that would be involved within that, over and above insulation, double glazing and things like that? Are there ways of being able to retrofit ground source air heat pumps and things like that going forward? I appreciate that trying to get to net zero, the first half of that is quite simple with little changing to LED bulbs and things like that. But then for the continuing 5% every year are the more challenging and probably going to be the more expensive options as well. So I was just wondering specifically with regard to the older buildings, how that's going to kind of factor in and costs that might be associated with that.
So I'll take some of that away from my property assets colleagues, because they'll be able to provide some more of the detail about specifics. Certainly in relation to historic building stock, and a lot of council buildings fit within that. A lot of our town centres and some of our council buildings that are within that, they're not only old buildings, they're also listed in some cases, they're also very traditional construction. Certainly as part of discussions with Scottish Government around these types of buildings, is they're often more expensive to retrofit, and sometimes it's not always possible to do that retrofitting. And I think Councillor Gregg, you mentioned there about the challenges as you go through that transition. It gets much more difficult to start and to meet these targets. We've mentioned there in the action plan about the offsetting and insetting potential, and in some cases it will be impossible to get those buildings to a net zero position, and we'll need to take quite a pragmatic approach as a council as to where's best to invest, how that looks at in terms of our future buildings that we have as part of the council's portfolio, and look at those other options that help do that offset to make sure that we're moving towards that target. Hope that it doesn't completely answer it, but I hope it helps a little bit in providing the context.
No more questions. Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. I very much welcome this report. From the base rate year 2012 to 13 to 2021, Angus Council reduced its carbon emissions by 52.5, which was a significant achievement. A further 5% reduction in carbon emissions per year will be very challenging, but I think achievable with this action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Right. Do we agree with the report? Agreed. Thank you. I'm now going to move into a 20-minute comfort break. And prior to this, we'll suspend standing orders in order to conclude business after that. Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. That's us back after our short recess. I will now move on to item number 16, Angus Joint Child Poverty Local Action Plan Report, Our Bright Future. You're introducing this? Thank you. Oh, you will.
Thanks, Provost. I'm introducing this on behalf of the Deputy Chief Executive, Mark Armstrong, who unfortunately has COVID. So we're keeping him well away. And he sent me some words to read, and I hope you're going to be gentle on me with the questions, because he is listening, and he will respond, but there'll be a wee bit of a delay. Anyway, tackling child poverty is one of the 3 key priorities of the Angus Community Planning Partnership. It is also a priority for Scottish Government, who recently published their Best Start Bright Futures delivery plan that sets targets to reduce child poverty by 2030, and it aligns with the delivery of the promise. Each council and its associated health board are requested to produce an annual child poverty report and a forward-looking action plan for the coming year. This report presents to Council for approval the Community Planning Partnership's Child Poverty Local Action Report 2021-22 and the Action Plan for 2022-23. These have been developed in collaboration with many local partners who are active in supporting families and children on low incomes and assisting households in maximising their income. Through 2021-22, the lived experience of families and parents has been brought into the centre of this work through a service design project, and this has informed many of the planned actions for the coming year. The impacts of the COVID pandemic and the cost of living crisis are increasing the financial challenges being faced by many families, so this plan, with its dynamic document that will be flexed and adapted to support our communities through this period of uncertainty. Members are asked to agree 2 recommendations. The first one being to review and approve the Angus Child Poverty Local Action Report, and the second one, quite rightly, to change the name from the Angus Joint Child Poverty Local Action Report to our Bright Futures Report. I'm happy to take any questions. Thanks, Provost.
Do we have any questions? Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Well, I welcome a collegiate approach to tackling child poverty. I think it's probably impossible at this stage to gauge the scale of what we've been talking about right throughout all our papers today. And I just wondered what sort of reporting timescale the Chief Executive would feel comfortable with, along with all the other elected members, on progress on this, and potentially exception reporting when we do start to see the scale of escalation of poverty across the country and how that impacts on our Angus children. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Bell. You'll note that this report's also going to the Scrutiny and Audit Committee in October. My expectation would be that the Scrutiny and Audit Committee monitor this report each time they meet over the winter period. I guess it would then be for Scrutiny and Audit to agree whether they would wish to refer anything that was in the report, should we see escalating numbers, to full council. But that would be my preference for making sure that this is kept under review, and then probably post-winter consider, is it necessary to be going to Scrutiny and Audit every 6 weeks, or can we then move to a quarterly cycle?
Councillor Speed, sorry, Councillor Speed did have her hand up first, so Councillor Speed, for questions. Yes, and then I'll come back to you and allow you as many comments as you want.
Yeah, my question is around, there is no kind of...
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, there is no performance indicators or kind of timescales. I appreciate it's a 2022-23 plan, but it seems quite vague, and it doesn't give any indication in terms of whether something's kind of in progress or developed, fully developed, and you know, it just feels a little bit kind of uncertain there. So, you know, I think that would have been helpful, as well as some costs indications. I don't know if that's something that can be possible for future reporting. And I also had a couple of questions with regards to whether you could let me know what kind of actions and changes and differences have been made since the hard edges sessions that were delivered. What difference have they made? And also in terms of the housing statement, and it says within that we would be looking to maximise housing options. I just wondered if you could say, well, what are those kind of additional housing options that we've not been looking at and exploring? Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Speed, I'll do my best to answer as many of these questions as I possibly can. So this is obviously the plan specifically for child poverty, but you'll be aware that the performance report that came at the very beginning there had the PIs in it for child poverty as well. So we don't want to duplicate anything that exists already in the community plan, but we do want to make sure that the sub-plan sitting under the Angus community plan focuses in on key areas, and this is why we have a poverty one before you. Presently, we're working at embedding all the performance indicators around child poverty into our TANA system, and it will be the same child poverty indicators that will sit across ourselves as local authorities and health, which again is quite a development from what we've had previously. And as far as the hard edges report's concerned, the pandemic's clearly impacted on what we'd planned to do there, but I can give you an assurance that we are actually connecting these two pieces of work. So hopefully that goes some way to answering your questions, and hopefully the Deputy Chief Executive will be back for the Scrutiny and Audit Committee, and if that answer's not full enough, we could give you a fuller answer at Scrutiny and Audit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Officers have highlighted that Councillor Devine had her hand up next, so I will go on side, come back to you, Councillor Dorn.
Thank you, Provost. I'm actually wondering if I should just wait for the Scrutiny and Audit to ask this question. I'm not sure
let's speed up the process, yes. So
that would be helpful.
That would be helpful. Councillor Dorn.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do want to ask this ahead of the scrutiny and audit, if possible. And I welcome the fact that it would be coming every 6 weeks to scrutiny audit as well, because I think that's important over the winter. But as recognised in the report, poverty is a complex situation, and there's a high risk that more people will enter poverty and different types of poverty over the winter that can affect child poverty. So I think it'd be really important, if possible, for the action plan to indicate who those actions are for in terms of different demographics, if possible. And also reporting within that, when it comes to scrutiny and audit, on who is taking up those kind of opportunities that are offered in the report as well, so that we can monitor that, because there's obviously a chance that people who aren't in poverty and new groups of people are entering poverty, and we need to make sure we're monitoring that as a council.
Yeah, all very good points, Councillor Dorn, and we will do that. We'll bring a performance report on the progress that's there around all that. And I think it's probably worth saying, you know, in terms of the partners, including our schools, this is high up the agenda, and it's high up the agenda regularly, but obviously it's come right front and centre of everyone's minds, given what we know around the winter that's coming. So I can give you that assurance as well.
That's great. And very good that we have a scrutiny and audit department committee, and that they're going to hopefully be active in their comments that they make during scrutiny and audit. If not, sure I won't be there. Councillor Greg, sorry, Councillor. My apologies.
Thank you, Provost. I just have a question with regards to the financial well-being staff that are being attached to schools. I can see how that would work quite well in a secondary school environment, but in a primary school environment, how does that work exactly with these staff? Because I often think that the majority of time that parents would spend any time at a school would be for drop-off and pick-up. And where secondary school children are obviously a lot older, it's easier to converse with them, but from primary school pupils, particularly primaries 1, 2, 3, the younger years, going by sometimes some of the things my nieces and nephews come out with, some things need to be taken with a pinch of salt. And so how does that work with in the school environment, these wellbeing staff engaging with parents, pupils and teachers? How, if you can have a bit more of an explanation on that, thank you.
So we've already seen some of this work already around what we've been doing over the summer with the Food and Fun programme, and ensuring that when young people are attending, that there's opportunities for parents and carers to access a number of other services. We've had welfare rights workers there, as well as other support services that people can tap into. And it's doing it in a way that attaches no stigma. And it, just as you say, Councillor Gregg, picking up young people and other people approaching them to say, how, do you know about this service that we offer, or the next thing that we offer. So what we are doing in term time is connecting with our teachers and our social work staff and signposting any parents or any need that we see that's perhaps not been picked up, and ensuring that the health workers, the health support workers we're putting in are able to make contact with the people who are there. So it's quite targeted and supportive.
Any further questions? Councillor Scott.
Hi, thanks, Provost. Just around the welfare rights in schools, I don't know if that's what you meant, Councillor Gregg. Yeah, so I could imagine that would work very well in a primary setting, because the head teacher tends to know their pupils smaller smaller setting, so they'll know their pupils better than a secondary, which is obviously a lot more difficult. Plus, I think secondary children are very good at hiding these things. So I'd actually spoken to several of my friends, as you know, I'm the mother of a secondary school child. I'd no idea that welfare rights was in there, and none of my friends did either. So it concerns me that if we're relying upon the pupil to approach, I mean, is that what we're relying upon? Because if the parents don't know, they're not going to be able to do it. So we're relying upon then the pupil to go and say, my mum and dad are struggling, or my mum's struggling, or whatever. So yeah, I was just questioned around that as to how that works, really.
Okay, so there's a number of ways. There are opportunities for young people to make approaches. There are lots of signposts and newsletters and information that goes out to parents. But guidance staff in schools know the young people well as well. So over and above the young people we know who are in targeted support of one kind or another, there are opportunities to ensure that other young people are picked up through guidance staff knowing the kids, knowing the families, through young people perhaps presenting themselves. And sometimes actually young people are very good at identifying one of their peers who needs some help. So I think we're quite fortunate in Angus in many ways, because we've got quite small secondary schools. So what you're saying around the primary schools, in our secondary schools, I would say they know our kids really well too.
I just wondered about, sorry, Margot, maybe I didn't put that over properly, but just really I would like to see maybe some sort of communication strategy. Like, I read every email that I get from the school, and I get lots, and we'll all get lots, but I've never ever seen anything around that. And I would maybe like to see a communication strategy that targets more non-digital for people that don't have digital. I mean, I work with, probably one of the most vulnerable groups that we'll have, and many of them don't have the smartphones. They've got talk and text phones, and most of them are incoming calls only because they don't have the credit. So for these people that don't have laptops and can't access the internet, how do we reach them?
Okay, so we'll take these points on board, because I suspect it's probably variable across the eight secondary schools. But I just wondered if Mr Lorimer had anything to add, because he leads the Welfare Rights Service.
Thank you. Yeah, there's a few things there I think we would want to pick up. I was just checking my diary there. We do have a session, I think it's later this month, with elected members, one of the kind of intro induction sessions. So I think we can provide a bit more information about what welfare rights are doing around the Maximise Angus project, which is the work that we
we're doing in schools, or one of the pieces of work we're doing in schools, so we can pick that up at that session and provide a bit more information. I do know that it was difficult to recruit the staff. It took a fair bit of time to get the staff in place for that programme. We only got the staff in place in June, which is obviously the end of school holidays. So there's probably just a bit of a need to kind of ramp things up now that we've got the staff in place. But as I say, we can cover that in a bit more detail at the information session coming later this month. If that's helpful, thank you.
Does that help, Councillor Scott? Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Councillor Meehan.
Thank you, Provost. Can you hear me okay?
I can, oh yes.
Okay. I would like to welcome this report. It's clear in these difficult times that it's vitally important that we prepare ourselves for the perfect storm, we'll call it, of the cost of living crisis.
George, can you tip it down slightly closer to you?
Yeah.
Wonderful, thank
Is
you.
that okay?
Yes.
I think we can actually see the start of it already. Some of the figures have been provided in the report. For instance, the number of welfare rights inquiries, 2021, 2,235, 21-22, 3,500. So a fairly substantial increase. I would suggest that that's actually going to go through the roof very soon. The other interesting part on benefits and so on are the financial gains. I'm presuming this is from the Welfare Rights Service. 2021, 3.8 million. 21-22, 4.5 million. So again, a substantial increase. I'm assuming that that also is going to increase even more as the perfect storm bites further. As the Chief Executive said, poverty is one of the major themes that Angus Council and its partners have committed to challenge. And this report, I believe, sets out how they're going to do it and what they've done in the past year. So I would like to commend the work of the partners, the work they've undertaken, and the work that they plan to undertake in the future. I would also maybe just like to finish off by offering a thanks to the Deputy Chief Executive, Mark Armstrong, for the report, but also for answering a whole host of questions that I fired at him in the last couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And this is a comment and a thanks very much. As somebody that's worked with families and young people for a lot of my career. In particular, I'm not going to pinpoint any one thing. It's just a general theme. And it's so good to see the addressing of trying to help people to understand that asking for help isn't a weakness, and kindness, for that matter, to help somebody else is certainly not a weakness. But insofar as our next generation, you know, as a child and growing up in the 50s and 60s out of abject poverty and having to have free school meals, etc., you didn't feel such stigma because most of the people around about me were in the same position. But there is a difference now. So stigma is a big thing for me. And I'm really proud to think that that's up there. So well done.
Councillor Speed. Thanks.
Yeah, I'm really concerned. I think as Councillor Meehan said, you know, we're entering kind of a really stormy period here. From the report and the actions, there's lots of actions there, and you know, I think that's great that there's, you know, that drive and that aspiration. But from what I could pick out, there are only a few of those action points that are kind of happening, that are kind of quick, kind of actions, and you know, able to meet people and support them now, going into this kind of further winter period and further crisis that many will be in, such as the scarf and the heating support. There's also the AME project, which is looking to offer employment. So, you know, there are a couple of kind of actions there that are happening now. Other things seem to be very much in progress or are kind of to support the longer piece of the work. So I'm concerned about that, and just over the winter period, whether people are going to really be able to get that support they need when they need it. As was mentioned about kind of a storm of kind of, you know, this being an adverse experience, you know, when we have a storm and, you know, like over the weekend there, even with the flooding, we had kind of regular SIPREP reports. And I'm just wondering if over this winter period, that's the type of action that we should be taking in terms of looking at, you know, who's been asked, well, who's been delivering support, where they've been delivering it to, what are the demographics, just so that we kind of have a real handle on, you know, what it is we're doing in response to the cost of living crisis over the most vulnerable period of the year. And another point I just kind of wanted to kind of finally make and close on is with regards to one of the recommendations in terms of the name change to Brighter Futures. That sits really uncomfortably with me, because I think, you know, this is what it is. This report is about poverty. And as hard as that sounds, that's the reality. And I don't know that it's appropriate to take the name change. I appreciate that it's perhaps come from government level, and you know, we absolutely want to tackle stigma. We want to give people a hope, and we want to look to the future and hope that it is indeed more promising. But Brighter Futures and changing the name and changing our reporting style, I'm concerned that people will disengage, and the kind of the real hard edges of this get lost. So there's a couple of things in there that I've said that, I don't know, maybe that's an amendment to the report as to whether we could look at bringing SIPREP reports, and also we could look to put a hold on the name change at this time.
Provost, can I respond, please?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So the report is supported by a number of support services across Angus, and they don't like the word poverty. It's them themselves who have asked for a different title for this report. So that's the first thing. The decision about the change will obviously come down to members. In terms of more reporting, you have to bear in mind we have reduced quite considerably as a council, and reporting takes a lot of time. And I think the reporting through the scrutiny and audit on a six-weekly cycle is probably the best we can do with the resources that we've got.
Yep, okay, that's operational, and thank you for that. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks to everyone involved in this report. It's hugely reassuring to see the proactive approach being taken to this really big problem. I'm really grateful as well that the problem could be even worse if we didn't have the initiatives from the Scottish Government around the Best Start grants, the Best Start food grant, and the Scottish Child Payments, etc., which is welcome, and it'll never be enough, but it does help. And in response to Councillor Speed, I think that the administration are very keen to set up a cost of living working group or some sort of mechanism to further explore this. So we'll work on that over the next few weeks, and we'd be grateful for any input.
Are you happy with the comments made by Councillor Whiteside? Yeah.
To be involved in that work. I probably would still like to give note of an amendment to you know, for consideration from everyone. And I think just in response in terms of the word poverty, I think there is stigma around poverty, but I don't know if it's the word itself. I mean, disability is disability, child protection is child protection. I think poverty makes it very clear as to what our agenda is. And I think it makes it very clear as, you know, it doesn't let that kind of escape from people's minds. I think Bright Futures, it sounds like, and ironically, it sounds like an energy company.
Councillor Ross, Greg first, and then I'll have a...
Thank you, Provost. It was just a comment to say that I agree with Councillor Speed. I personally don't agree with the name change either. It seems to be sugar-coating a very serious problem that really shouldn't be sugar-coated and should be seen for what it really is, and that is poverty.
Thank you, Councillor Craig.
Sorry, Provost, just to clarify in terms of the proposal from Councillor Speed, I note the recommendation 112 asks the Council to note the name change, and therefore my advice would be any amendment to propose to change that name would not be confident, because it's not within the gift of the Council to change that, it's for noting.
Partnership report.
Okay, partnership report. So, sorry for that one, Councillor Speed. Councillor Whiteside.
Just briefly, maybe it would be appropriate to feedback any comments to the group rather
Yes.
than try and
Absolutely.
change the decision.
Absolutely. And are you happy with that?
Group that have come to this conclusion, and I'm not saying that poverty and the stigma doesn't need to be tackled, but as I say, I just feel that the name shouldn't, because we shouldn't lose sight of the agenda and the importance of looking to eradicate it.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Speed.
Yeah.
That's it. Are we agreeing the report then? Great, thank you. Number 17, Scrutiny and Audit Committee 2021 Annual Report. I'm just putting this open to... is it yourself? Yourself.
To the right page.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a regular report. It comes. It's the annual report really on the work of the Scrutiny and Audit Committee, and it's the annual update that comes to Council. This period covers the period past, where the Scrutiny and Audit Committee was ably chaired by Councillor King. The report also includes an action plan for 2022-23, and if members are satisfied with what's before them, Councillor Craig Fotheringham will be asked to sign this off.
Okay. Right. Okay. Great. Do we have any questions on the report? No? Comments? Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you, Provost. Our Chief Executive has just actually mentioned the previous convener, but I'd just like to pay tribute to all the members of the previous Scrutiny and Audit Committee, in particular Councillor Alec King and Councillor Bill Duff. Councillor King was always very professional and diligent in what he did, and he ran this committee well, as he did the other committees in the Council. And he was always a great support to me when I took over as chair of the licensing board first. He was very, very helpful, very professional in what he did, and I'd just like to have it on record that I'd just like to thank the previous committee, in particular Councillor King, for his work, and Councillor Duff. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, I was vice convener of Scrutiny and Audit. I think I chaired maybe 1 or 2 meetings in 5 years, which wasn't too bad. Yeah, and thanks. I think Councillor King did an excellent job in the chair. I would just comment on the steady improvement of sort of self-assessment scores from committee members, which suggested that people were getting more confident about what they were doing and were getting into more depth, I think. And I think also the positive feedback from external partners who were involved, I think that's good to see. And I certainly wish Councillor Fotheringham well in this term chairing the Scrutiny and Audit Committee, which is clearly an important committee.
Yeah. I wholeheartedly agree with the point that it's a very important committee, and if any of that, any people on that committee, Councillor Doran not wishing to pick you out, I would gladly help, because I used to convene it as well in the very, very far past. So any help or assistance that your members may need to see how things can go with scrutiny and audit, then I am perfectly happy to help give advices on that. Thank you. So are we agreeing the report? Right. Number 18 is Monifeith Community Hub and Monifeith Library costs, funding and consultation update. Do we have any questions to the officers? Nope. Do we have any comments? Oh, that's right. You shout out. That's the best thing to do, young man.
Thank you very much, Provost. As an elected member for Monifeith and Sidlaw and a proud resident of Monifeith myself, I am really, really happy to see this report before us today. I know how hard Monifeith Community Resource Group have worked to secure a dedicated, inclusive community centre in Monifeith, and I want to put on record my admiration of those efforts. As noted in the report, there is a funding gap for this project which needs to be addressed, and all of us today have a chance to meet a part of that. The additional £200,000 in the report will contribute significantly to closing that gap and put real momentum behind this project at a really critical time. I'm also particularly pleased by recommendation 6 in the report. Relocating Monteith Library to the new community centre will provide a secure, long-term future for a vital community asset which so many people rely on. It will provide enhanced, integrated services for residents, and it advances a key commitment made to the electorate in May. To finish, Provost, supporting the positive development of our communities is a key responsibility that each of us have as elected members. I'm very proud to support this and would encourage all members to do the same. Thank you.
Councillor Whiteside.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Melville, for your positive response to the report, which I really welcome as well. I've been a long-time supporter of the project. We heard quite a bit earlier in an earlier report from Angus Alive about the positive effects on health and mental health with community facilities and leisure, and we know that that's something that's been lacking in Monteith. There is no Angus Alive leisure facility presently there. There is a funding gap, but there are several solutions to solving that, and I'd point out that actually this could be viewed as a spend to save opportunity. Combining the library and access facility along with the community facility could help save revenue well into the future. It could help protect services of the access office in the library, and it's a positive example of how council services can be delivered in partnership with communities, which I think we could take many lessons from, and we will need to take lessons from going forward. So I think it's vital that we approve this today and make it a learning project as well as a positive move for the community of Monteith. So please support this.
Any further comments? Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you. Thank you, Provost. Yes. Thank you. Just like my two Monteith colleagues, Councillor Melville and Councillor Whiteside, have said, I think we all know that the former Councillor Jean Lee has put a terrific amount of work into this with her committee of volunteers. I haven't seen Jean for a long time, but they have, and as Councillor Whiteside has said, I think this will protect the long-term future of both the library and the access office, was it to move into the new community resource groups centre. So I am fully, like my two colleagues, I'm fully supportive, and I would like to see this report approved. Thank you.
Councillor Speed.
My fellow colleagues, the Monteith members, I think that's always kind of something that we all do in terms of when it comes to making decisions that the ward members do know best. So I respect that and share also the kind of the excitement of this project and the benefits that there is to bring. I just noticed Julie looking there because she's already given me in trouble for the way I hold my mic. So I'm aware I'm not doing it quite right today. But yeah, what does concern me is, what's evidenced in the report and the feedback that's been given around accessibility. I welcome the inclusion and one of the conditions being the inclusion of a change in places, and that is fantastic because that will enable people who perhaps wouldn't normally get out and about and be able to and be inclusive within that kind of community setting. They'll be able to do that now, so or when that's delivered. So I welcome that. However, I'm concerned that there is a section of the community who perhaps older people, some people with disabilities who maybe don't have access to transport. I'm concerned about the difficulties and the kind of additional barriers they might face when trying to access their library, or indeed, I think, as I've kind of highlighted throughout this meeting today, in terms of access service, which is often that crucial frontline kind of support for people within our communities. So I would kind of, I guess, just like some further kind of reassurances and clarity with regards to where things are at with the exploring of transport, public transport options, because it does say that that's kind of one of the areas that would be explored, and a little bit more detail in terms of the possible works in terms of kind of pavement infrastructure and things like that to address these issues, if that's possible, please.
Sorry, yes. Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Speed. Yeah, I thought this would be an area of potential question for today. In terms of the transport, spoke to our transport manager just on this yesterday. We will, the most regular service to Moneyfeith is a commercial route. So we will need to speak to the commercial operator to see whether they would be willing to effectively run, I guess, a small detour on the existing route. If that wasn't to be possible, we do have other services, other tender bus services, subsidised bus services that the council operate through Moneyfeith, which potentially could be rerouted to provide a service to effectively, I think it would be near the railway station, so the other side of the railway from where the facility is intended to be. But those are less frequent. But those are the options that are there in terms of public transport. So I don't have an absolute answer on that, but we are going to investigate that. There is to be a further report will come forward in relation to this, effectively the final package, the final costs. And we would have an answer at that stage for those questions around public transport. In terms of accessibility, there are some limitations there simply because of there's only two routes in effectively under the railway. The railway creates a physical barrier that's really quite difficult to overcome. But again, discussion with roads colleagues yesterday in terms of what might be possible. They have looked at it in the past. But they're going to the traffic manager is going to look at that again and see what might be possible. But I mean, I do have to say there are physical limitations with the access routes under the railway because of the situation. But there are two access routes, so potentially something could be worked out around that. That's probably as much as I can provide as a reassurance today, Councillor Speed. Thanks.
Councillor, Councillor Dorn was next. My apologies.
Thank you. And as a representative of Moneyfeith as well, I want to support this. But I think what Councillor Speed has just raised is really important, and also to note as well that the engagement process that did take place, it was very small numbers of the comments that got back, but I think they raised some important points. And I think as we move, hopefully move forward at the next stages of this, we need to make sure that we're keeping mindful of costs, but making sure that we're creating a resource that is accessible, but not only by car users as well. So that's going to be important for me.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, it kind of relates to what Councillor Dorn has said and what other people have said here. And I can understand the enthusiasm of the local councillors for this project, understandably. But it's just wondering how much the councillors have taken cognizance of the feedback from in the content in this report. People concerned about the location of the library being down at the hub and the distance away from the town centre, and bearing in mind that the two sides of library uses is effectively children and then more mature people, shall we say. And I think it's just, I'm all for it. It's just, it's important that I think if the access office is being moved there, then I can see that goes hand in hand almost with the library, I would have thought. But it's just, I think we need to have cognizance and feedback to people who have actually made concerns and issues with the library and access office being relocated down there.
I would maybe think the leader might have the answer to that.
Yeah, if you don't mind me coming back in on that point, and something that Councillor Dorn said as well. Lost my track. Councillor Dorn's comment about not just car users. The hub is really well placed for active travel because it sits just at the end of the route that's currently under construction from Broughty Ferry, so it's really good for that. There's also the Cycling Without Age group that are active in that area. for some of our less mobile elderly people. So, I mean, that's not going to solve the problem, but it is a small part of what could help. And in terms of Councillor Cheap, one benefit of this project is that people will be able to access library services, etc., the whole time the community centre is open. So much more access for people that can't normally get during normal library hours. So it not only helps preserve the library service in Montefieth, it actually extends the times when that will be available to the public, which is also important, I think, and one of the benefits of the collaboration.
Great. Councillor Braze.
Yes, when it comes to public transport, it's quite ironic, really, that the train, you know, a great part of public transport, is causing us nuisance with the bus. But I would point out that this community facility is going to be there, hopefully, for generations to come. Our whole public transport offering right across the country is going to change. It's going to have to radically change, and it might not be entirely dependent on buses for getting into under the railway line. There might be plenty other options for providing public transport that will get under there in the not too distant future, perhaps.
Great.
Thanks.
And any other comments? Councillor Speaker, I'll let you have one more.
It's on. Right. Yeah, absolutely appreciate that there is going to be so many people will benefit from this project and changes. Like I say, I hope that we don't, for some, kind of further exacerbate their kind of social isolation and loneliness. So older people who perhaps cannot, who don't have a car and cannot get there on foot. I know that there's the library exchange, but I think having someone delivering your book to your door, you know, that might be great when you can't get out. But if you'd like to get out and that's the only option, it's perhaps not what they're, you know, they might be impacted. And the other thing that I was going to say is that I think just picking up on what Councillor Cheap has said, you know, maybe library and access service don't need to go together. Maybe that's something for future consideration, especially as we look to tackle the cost of living crisis and ensure that we have access services that everyone can access. Thank you.
I think, point taken, Councillor Speed. I think what I think is really nice, and if I've said this before, I'll say it again. And I'm really feeling positive about this with the Montefieth the 4 Montefieth councillors all work together, listen to what Lois Speed is comment and giving the comments to you. I'm exactly confident that all 4 of you will all listen to what Lois is saying and work as a team that, as Carnoustie did for the last 5 years, and making sure that you're doing the right things for your constituents. And because that's the success that I'm trying to build on here, the success that Mark and David and myself did working for our communities. Thank you. Any further? No, that wasn't it. Are we agreeing the report? Agreed. Are you agreeing it? Are we agreeing the report? Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at you, Mark. Sorry. Oh, right. Oh, don't know if that 20-minute break was long enough. Right. Final agenda item number 19, referral of committee decision under Standing Order 43.1. Convener, would you now wish to move the recommendation of report 118?
Yeah, move recommendation report 188.
And do you have a seconder? Councillor Brace, thank you very much. Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. One of the reasons I brought this forward was not all the Arbroath, Montrose and Forfar members got a chance to have their say. and just for clarity, regarding the amendment that I brought, it was only for recommendation 1. Right? I was agreeing recommendations 2 and 3. Didn't have a problem with those at all. What I did have a problem with was being approached by a member of the public and then seeing in the press the real worries about the toilet being the toilet in Arbroath, and obviously Montrose and Forfeit are going to be the same. But the toilet in Arbroath was going to be unmanned, and the worry of vandalism, becoming drinking and drug dens, and a quote in the press saying what a disaster that's going to turn into. So just to clarify, it is only the first part I'm looking at, and I'm sure if we go for an option appraisal, and I've heard that word numerous times. In fact, the councillor sitting in front of me, I believe, enjoys option appraisals, and that's all I'm asking for. And perhaps that will give some comfort, excuse the pun, to constituents that all we're looking for, that every option is being explored. I don't want to be coming back to the chamber and saying that given the saving of 61k, that within months we've paid that out in repairs and costs for vandalism, and other things. I don't want to come back saying I told you so. So I'm hoping today that you have taken cognizance. I'm sure many of you have had emails or people stopping you in the street, because I certainly have, saying you're absolutely right. I'm not right all the time, I know that, but on this occasion, I think us taking just a little bit of time, that's all I'm asking for, to look at all the options, to see if we can perhaps keep it manned for even a short period, would be beneficial for these particular toilets. Thank you.
A seconder?
It's Councillor Stewart.
Do you want to say anything, Councillor Stewart?
I mean, all I would say is, I mean, in terms of unmanned toilets versus manned toilets, we've recently got an unmanned toilet facility in Montrose. It's supposed to be anti-vandal proof. Forfar had one put in there, vandal proof, and they've both been vandalised. The location of the Montrose toilet, the super loo, it's not in an ideal place. It's not covered by CCTV, and it does concern me that we end up spending more fixing vandalism in toilets than what we're going to save here. That's all I want to say on the matter.
Thank you. Sorry, comments? No, there's no questions.
Right, so a comment.
Oh, sorry, there's comments. Right, so no, I saw his hand first. So, is that a comment? It's a comment, and I saw your hand first.
Were you asking questions?
No, I'm not doing questions. Sorry, Mark. No, I'm not doing questions. We're on straight on to comments.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the author of this report on his appointment to the role of the Director of Infrastructure and Environment,
Here, here.
Graham Daly. As I said at the Communities Committee, I thought this was an excellently written report, and it covers everything we need to do to make a decision at that committee, but also today. The officers have considered the risk of vandalism when producing the report. As part of making the report up, that's one of the things they did. In order to try and satisfy concerns around vandalism, I understand there's to be regular checks of the facilities, both by the community safety team and by the street cleaning team when in the areas of the toilets. But we also need to recognise that vandalism shouldn't be a reason for us making or not making decisions. The people of Brechin and the people of Kirriemuir had this decision taken, years ago. The recommendations highlight that in 2016 there's been no significant issues with those Superloo facilities. The proposed changes here are to keep toilet facilities open and accessible. It's not to, bring something that we've not got, it's to keep them there. And what we're looking to try to do is stop the high cost where it costs £2.21 to go for a pee in Arbroath. It costs £1.71 every time someone uses the toilet in Forfar. And it costs £2.41 every time someone uses the Montrose toilet. It's not sustainable, so we've got to look at ways of keeping these toilets open. This whole report brings things further, though, because we're looking to extend the toilet provision. We're looking to get it going and try and get more provision in our areas. We're looking at trying to expand the scheme where we get businesses involved so that we've got more facilities available for people to use. And we're also looking to have further engagement with PAMIS and other groups to encourage and identify funding for additional changing places toilets. So this report covers a lot of areas that we as a council are looking to try and do. We're trying to keep toilets, we're trying to create more toilets, and we're trying to do that whilst the consideration for vandalism has already been taken by our officers. It's already been done. So we can choose to go with Councillor Fairweather's option of delaying this and come up with an options appraisal to consider something that's already been considered, or we can go with the original recommendation in Report 188.
Thank you for your comments. Councillor Gregg, Ross Gregg, sorry.
I think Councillor McLaren
Oh,
was
my
before
apologies. Councillor McLaren.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I have great concerns regarding the proposed unattended facilities at Forfar. Unfortunately, in Forfar, we have a bad track record on toilets being vandalised, and I feel the savings could be outstripped with the cost of repairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Provost. As it's only comments, I do have a comment about the net saving of £61,000, and I want to, well, I can't ask a question, but my comment would be, I know that having read through the report, there are various opportunities and things where payments can be made to businesses and to help them open up their toilets to the public, so the payments they receive are as a contribution towards the cleaning and things like that. So when things like that are taken into consideration, as well as then variable vandalism that not probably, but will take place in the public toilets, how much of that net saving then all of a sudden becomes a minus because we're spending a considerable amount of money repairing damaged toilets and things like that?
Councillor Speed.
Yep, thank you. And I welcome this report. I think, you know, Councillor MacDonald explained very well in terms of kind of the work and the kind of hopes and aspirations in terms of toilet provision and how we're looking to grow that. And as you know, I certainly welcome the inclusion of changing places and the further bit of work to ensure we maximise those facilities. However, I think I do feel that, you know, in terms of the staffing of the toilets and the ones that we have left, I do feel that that is crucial, especially for helping encourage people to come back out after the pandemic. I mean, I'm still meeting people who are at a kind of place in that journey where they're still really quite frightened. So I think, you know, we've got the vandalism that's been discussed and debated, but I think we've also got to try and give assurances and build the confidence of people to come out because we have safe, clean toilets. And I know that from older people's groups, a lot of the feedback is around that they would go out more if there was toilet provision. And so I do feel that having someone within the toilet does help give people that peace of mind for coming back out into the community. So I'd be quite supportive of looking to see just if we're fully covered all options.
So do you want us to do that throughout, Angus, Councillor Speed, because everyone else is going to have to come out of...
I think what we need to remember as well, there's also jobs at stake as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So this isn't just about the toilet provision, this is the full package, and whether this is the right, if this is in step at this time, if this is the right thing to do.
Yeah, but we're having cuts with jobs as well. It's Councillor Speed, so Councillor Cheek.
Thanks, Provost. I'm just listening to what everybody's saying here, and thanks, Councillor MacDonald, for some of the assurances you've given, because all we've heard really about is what happens if they might be vandalised. You know, You will still retain your superloos, only now they'll be unattended. There will still be toilet provision service for the vulnerable. But those making an issue about all of this, it's a form of hypocrisy as far as I'm concerned, because these are the people led in the last administration that shut public toilets in and around Angus, including in my very own ward. We no longer have any council-run public toilets in Carnoustie. We have no council-run toilet facilities for the vulnerable, despite it could be argued that Carnoustie and Moneyfeith have larger, older, more vulnerable communities. Our vulnerable residents have to make their way down to the leisure centre on the beachfront to use the only toilet facilities in town, unless they happen to know about access in a local hotel. Compare this to the number of council-owned and run toilet facilities in Arbroath alone. It would be laughable if it wasn't so unjust. You know, members of the non-administration have to realise by now the constraints on our budget going forward. This is a cost saving. It's just the start. There will, as they know, have to be a lot more and significantly more uncomfortable reductions in services to the public than this. But when the cuts come, these cuts will be felt right across Angus, in all wards, and it's only right that the wards that have taken the fair share of most benefit over the last few years get the chance to take their own fair share of cuts as well. And as I say, I believe this is just the start. We have to dismantle what has really been a two-tier system created by the last administration over the last 5 years and re-establish equality and fairness for all Angus residents across all wards in Angus.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Councillor Fairbairn.
It was not the last administration that closed the public toilets. Perhaps there may be an officer that can confirm that, and perhaps Councillor Cheapkin should get his facts right.
Is there an officer here that can be him?
I think I would need to look at reference our list of toilets that I was trying to look up just now in terms of when they were closed. The date of when they were closed. I do have a register here that dates here that, just for example, I've got a date, I would need to confirm this, but for example, Tannage Brae in Kirriemuir was closed 1st of November 2018, and Station Road was, Carnoustie was closed 1st of April 2019 when I think it was replaced with a comfort scheme. I've got a long list of these. As I said, this is a spreadsheet I've got in front of me that shows the list of these. Those are just a couple. I've got the date back to, my list dates back to 2014.
That's great. So, okay. Sorry, that's fine. What I would advise you to do, Graham, that's if you could possibly send that on to Councillor Cheap. That would be ideal, like your spreadsheet. I know you're very good with your spreadsheets, so I've been told, so that would be handy for Councillor Cheap to know.
Okay.
Thank you. Which hand was up first? Councillor, please. Sorry, I will come to you.
Yes, thanks, Provost. I think what this comes down to here is you know, the administration have a motion and there is an amendment calling basically for an options appraisal. I really don't know what an options appraisal is going to achieve, because there only really are two options, aren't there? We keep the attendance in those toilets and fail to take the saving, or else we remove the attendance from the toilets. When it comes to vandalism, how on earth is an options appraisal going to come up with any new or relevant information? Because I don't imagine, really, that officers are going to be able to put any financial figure on the risk that vandalism might occur. So we're not really going to be any further forward, and I would suggest that we just move to a vote on this.
Yeah, I will, but I feel I should. We will, but let Councillor Cowdery have her say, and then we will go to the vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to come back on a couple of points that hopefully will clarify things with regard to what Councillor Speed raised. So just to be clear, 5.3 of the report does make clear that any decision that was agreed today will only be finalised once consultation with the staff members in those facilities has taken place. So that's the seven employees currently based in the Superloos. And the other thing is, I think I would agree that we need as many accessible toilets as possible in Angus, and I think the aspiration of this saving is that at least some of that we can look at putting that into supporting the businesses to open more toilets that don't already exist to the public. So I would just say that would be, if we look at it in the round, I think it's a good way to approach things.
Councillor Clark. Sorry, no, I did say 2 more and then that's it. 2 more and then that's it. Right, Councillor Clark.
Just a quick comment, Provost. Thank you. To my mind, I'm thinking in terms, I cannot make decisions based on what might be. I can only make decisions here and now. And as I tried to speak earlier on the right to roam, I'm not responsible for people that make a mess of things or vandalise things. And I think in terms of a previous thing went right across Scotland, loads of local authorities, including this one, and please take this the right way, because I don't have any hidden meanings behind how I speak. I'm straightforward. When you make a decision to do something like parking charges, putting parking, you think it's going to be good. You think it's going to bring in something. You go into it with the best intention, but it doesn't work. I can't make decisions on what might be.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Scott, to finish off with.
I'm quite surprised to hear that we can't make decisions based on vandalism, when I remember, I think I wasn't a councillor obviously at the time, and I remember watching the meeting, and I think the decision on Lochside Leisure Centre toilets not to put a change in places in was based on vandalism, exactly that. Given the fact that change in places are lockable and you enter them with a radar key, I would have thought they would have been safer. However, another thing is that I'm a mobile worker. It's an absolute pleasure to visit. It's really, really difficult when you're out and about to find a toilet, and that's obviously thanks to the previous cuts. But it's an absolute pleasure to visit the Baltic Street toilet. I am so relieved when I can go there, pardon the pun, but I am, because it is absolutely beautiful. It smells lovely. It's immaculately clean. I don't have to, yeah, it's just, we're linking this with, we want to increase tourism and we want to do all these things, and we're going on about the Health and Social Care Partnership and the joint working, and, well, what happens if somebody's fearful to go to the toilet? I know, but we've lost our toilets. We've got none. Our play park, it's the biggest complaint that I have. The Inch Park, no toilets. Take your kids there, there's no toilets. There is nothing beneath Church Street and South East Street, which for the lower half of the town, Darls Lane's been sold. So I know how hard it is, and I know how this affects the public. So I fought when I was as the chair of the Community Council to try and keep our toilets, and I failed. So yeah, I can't support this. I'm sorry. The removal.
No, that's fine. No, I think, to be honest, Councillor Cowdery had mentioned that would have the money there, maybe open your toilet in Brecon. Would you like to sum up, Councillor MacDonald? No. All right, that's how you did that in your comments. Great. Well, let's go to the vote.
Thank you, Provost. The motion by Councillor MacDonald, seconded by Councillor Braze, is to approve the recommendations of Report 18822. The amendment by Councillor Fairweather, seconded by Councillor Stewart, is that recommendation 1 in Report 18822 is deferred until an option appraisal for the 3 Superloo facilities in Arbroath, Forfar and Montrose are examined, that the proposals for an option appraisal are presented to elected members and members of the Communities Committee as soon as possible, and to agree recommendations 2 and 3 of the report. Please vote motion or amendment. Provost? Motion. Deputy Provost?
Motion.
Councillor Bell? Motion. Councillor Braze?
Motion.
Councillor Cheap? Motion. Councillor Cowdery? Motion. Councillor Devine? Motion. Councillor Doran? Amendment. Councillor Duff? Motion. Councillor Durno? Councillor Fairweather? Amendment. Councillor Fotheringham? Amendment. Councillor Gall? Amendment. Councillor Gregg? Councillor MacDonald. Councillor McLaren. Councillor Meehan. Councillor Melville.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
Amendment.
Councillor Proctor.
Amendment.
Councillor Scott. Amendment. Councillor Speed. Amendment. Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Councillor Wan.
Amendment.
And Councillor Whiteside.
Motion.
The motion is carried 13 votes to 12, Provost.
And we now conclude the minute. Switch off the live stream. Thank you very much.